So thank you all. You would think after 5 years in the European Parliament, I would know the importance of having a microphone beside you so that the translation will operate. But particularly for our visitors who are listening in, you're all very welcome. You're welcome to the Houses of the Oireachtas. I'm delighted that we are hosting this gathering of EUFORES of the European Union Forum on Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. As I am going to say a few words myself, I might actually, Brian, ask you perhaps to immediately kick in as chair. And I think all you really have to do is open things up and then work off the agenda that's in front of you. Yeah.
Thanks, Kieran. Good morning. Good morning, all. And thanks, Kieran, for your intro and welcome. So I suppose we will go straight into it because time is probably against us at this point. So our first speaker is Flossie Donnelly.
I'll say a few words first.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. I thought you did your one. Yeah. Okay. So, well,
I feel like I'm playing musical chairs here. So as I said, you're very welcome. These are interesting times because we are right in the middle of an election campaign. But I think the one thing that we do know is that renewables are making an enormous difference all around Europe. And energy efficiency is to the fore in a huge amount of the work that we are doing. I should say, Dia Yiva Karja, Ta Ahas on Down kind of anseo leaves in you. Jan, that's a few words of Irish, welcoming you to Dublin. It's good to have you in Dublin. Jan is our Director General, and we've had several conferences in different countries around Europe, in Belgium, in Sweden, and despite COVID, we kept going through a challenging period. I've been president of EUFORES since our UK colleagues left 4 years ago. But I think the momentum is absolutely now in the European Union to continue with the energy transition and not to pause, because there are voices saying pause. But I think there is the danger of a lost decade if we do slow things down. I'm delighted to have Brian Leddin here. I'm delighted to have Flossie as a voice for nature, a voice for the maritime environment, and a voice for climate action. Just by way of introduction, EUFORES is a unique cross-party organisation. Our core objective is the promotion of renewable energy and energy efficiency across the European Union and within the member states. How do we do this? We really act to bring people together. So every month or every second month, I would host a gathering in Strasbourg, where the European Parliament meets for its plenary session. And we would generally meet with the European Commissioner and discuss the particular challenges in that sector. People like Frans Timmermans, Margrethe Vestager, or Kadri Simpson. And it's one of the few moments when the Commissioner can speak freely and the members of the European Parliament speak freely. And what I'm most proud of is that we attract a very cross-party representation. So people like Maria Graça Carvalho, who has just become the Minister for the Environment and Energy in Portugal, people like my Irish colleague Sean Kelly from the European People's Party and Fine Gael, we're bringing people together, and we would have those from Renew Europe, from the left, and obviously from the Greens. And these MEPs are often leading significant legislation through the Parliament to deliver on our renewable energy goals. And it is encouraging in Ireland to see that we are pushing for a more progressive energy transition to become more sustainable. And when we look at a decarbonised Europe, I want to begin to talk about Ireland's role in providing green electricity. We have an offshore area that is equal to almost 10 times the land mass, and that is many multiples of what countries like Germany, Belgium, and the Netherlands have. And also a lot of our offshore area is free of shipping and we have wind speeds which greatly exceed anything of any country in Europe, 12 meters per second. And I think there's a huge future in offshore wind, and Europe needs 750,000 megawatts of offshore wind installed. But there's a lot of work to be done on that. Streamlining, as you well know, streamlining the administrative procedures, enhancing grid infrastructure, providing policy stability is essential to sustaining growth. And that's where the European Union can play a role. But it's absolutely not just about offshore wind. We often have this cartoon view of Europe where we think of hydropower in the north, solar PV in the south, geothermal in the east, and wind in the west. But actually, every country has access generally to not just these 4 sources of renewable energy, but many more besides. We were just chatting about geothermal, and it is absolutely a little tapped resource in Ireland, but has extraordinary capacity to work well with all those other systems. And I think Ireland has shown leadership in terms of balancing the grid, because we don't have the wealth of connections that countries like Denmark have. So those of you involved in EirGrid and other entities know the challenge of maintaining our grid connectivity with what is now a third country, the UK, but also I think the real expectation of what the Celtic Interconnector can bring in connecting the French and Irish grids. And I'm often hit with, are we not just importing nuclear energy from France? And when you look at the business case, you can see that we will actually, on balance, be exporting more green energy to France than bringing in nuclear, which is, of course, a low carbon source from France. We know that the future for Europe is being better connected, and with particularly the rather shrill voices of the far right at the moment, what holds us together will continue the peace project that started 70 years ago. And when we talk about the trans-European networks in both energy, transport and digital networks, this is what will help us in moving towards a smart and green, sustainable future. We need more electricity as we move away from oil and gas. We can see what the impact of Russia's invasion of Ukraine did. It showed in clear perspective how dependent we were and are and continue to be on fossil fuels from despots and oligarchs around the world, not just Russia. One of the most heartening things over the last few years was the Repower EU plan. This was just after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and it had 3 clear messages. Firstly, we need to move away from Russian energy sources in the short term. And we did. And I remember meeting Matthew Baldwin, a senior commission official. I said, you're probably on a plane to Qatar. He said, yes, I am. So he was trying to find literally the energy to keep the lights on in Europe in the short term. And deals have been done with Norway, with Algeria, and indeed with the Middle East. But the long-term bigger picture is we have to move towards renewables. And there has been a huge emphasis in the Repower EU plan on both wind and solar. And both of those are delivering for Ireland. But I think, as I remember a Finnish colleague saying, look, we have 20 sources of renewable energy in Finland, and we're only beginning to tap into them. That was about 10 years ago. But there are extraordinary resources in the renewable sector that we need to be doing more with. We have passed the Fit for 55 package, and some of the headline pieces of legislation there are the Renewables Energy Directive, the Energy Efficiency Directive, and the one that I had charge of, the Recast Energy Performance of Buildings Directive. These 3 files, along with about 17 other pieces of legislation, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, and all these pieces of legislation keep us focused on a green trajectory. But it's all very well passing legislation. We now have to implement that legislation. That's part of what your job is doing. And actually, when we look at the news, the climate news on our screens, we know that we have to go even further. And it's heartening that Hoekstra, our climate commissioner, said we need to get it to a 90% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions in the European Union by 2040. So it's not as if we can pause, stand still and say, let's just implement what we have. We have to think about the next phase. I think that's something something that the renewable energy providers in Ireland have been doing for a long time. I think they will continue to do that. I certainly think it's an exciting time in the energy field, and clearly it's obviously an exciting time in the world of politics. And as we see the rise of far-right forces, we do see anti-democratic political movements that are opposing the European Green Deal. But it's easy to engage in a war of rhetoric. I think we have to find common ground. And I think there are genuine concerns about ensuring that we have reliable energy sources in the future. But there are proven technologies that work. And I think as we reflect on the last 2 years, we reflect on the extraordinary amount of subsidies that were given to householders to get through the price spikes. But we can't do that every winter or every second winter. We have to make that shift through warmer homes, through greener power, through greener ways of getting around. And I think that's part of the reason why we're in a room today. Given that it's a busy time, I will be in and out of the room all day. But I will pass on to the capable hands of Brian Leddin as chair now, and I will see you later on during the day. How welcome you are. Thank you. See you later on.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you, Kieran. And up first, our first panelist is a young woman very well known in Ireland for her work in environmentalism generally. And you've been described as the Irish Greta Thunberg. I don't think that's fair. I think you're doing very significant and distinct work in your own right. But Flossie is a native of Dublin and has done a huge amount with respect to marine waste cleaning, not just in Ireland, but actually around the world as well. And she's a prominent figure in the the Irish youth environmental movement. Flossie, do you want to come up here? You tell me. You just tell me.
Oh, okay.
I'll do it.
Hi, could you move the first slide?
Yeah.
Great. So the ice caps are melting, sea levels are rising, extreme heat waves are becoming more and more frequent, which are leading to wildfires, which are destroying people's livelihoods, and our planet is dying. If you didn't already know these facts, I'd be a tiny bit concerned. These facts have been pushed down our throats for the last couple of years. These aren't the hard scientific facts I've just stated. These are the simple ones that you learn in primary school. We've been told these for years. But what's scary is after all this time, we're still not doing enough to try and protect our planet. We've been shown the science multiple times. We still have time to turn this around. We're on a time limit at this point, and we still have time to turn it around. And yet we still are not doing enough. Some people, out of fear, are pretending it doesn't exist and are burying their heads in the sand, whereas other people are using climate change as this big buzzword to get into power. And then once they get into the place they want to, they forget about climate change and they forget to keep their promises to save my planet. So I'm a beach cleaner. I've been beach cleaning since I was 8 years old because I love the sea, and in Ireland, we are so rich in marine life. We might not have the crystal blue seas and the really warm water, but we are so rich in marine life. We have the most incredible species on our doorsteps, which we don't even realize ourselves. And I love it, and I've always wanted to protect it, which is why when I was 9, I started up a beach cleaning group. Do the next one. And then for over 5 years, I've also been climate striking weekly, which is because I'm still under 18. For years, I still am not able to vote. And this is my only way of showing that I want change without actually being able to vote, and that I care about my planet, because I'm one of the people who's going to be affected along with all young people, because it's our future. A lot of people have always said to me, though, when I climate strike, that climate change and beach cleaning aren't really linked, when the sea actually plays a huge part in our climate. The sea stores 60 times more carbon than the atmosphere and 30% of carbon dioxide. It also is home to some of the most incredible organisms that do so much to protect our planet, which we don't even realize half the time. One of those species is phytoplankton. Phytoplankton is a microscopic marine algae that feed off whale species, and they convert carbon dioxide into biomass through photosynthesis. These tiny organisms store around 40% of carbon. They're also the reason for bioluminescence, which is when the sea lights up in that beautiful light show at night. So by keeping the sea nice and healthy, we're keeping these incredible species alive that are doing so much to help us. And then another thing that, one of my favorite things, is coral. Coral does so much for our planet. They are basically the trees of the sea. They provide homes, nursing grounds, and feeding grounds for over 1 million different species of fish. They also provide 50% of our oxygen, which people don't always believe, because when you're a young child in school, you're taught that you get oxygen from trees, not from the sea. They also protect coastal areas by reducing wave power. So by keeping the coral alive, we're protecting ourselves on storms. Unfortunately, though, in the last couple of years, we've already lost 50% of all our coral. And due to last year's storm El Nino, heatwave El Nino, the water temperature rose even more. Although coral does so much, it also is very delicate. Just by knocking into it, it can break off and die, or by wearing non-reef friendly suntan lotion, it'll be poisoned. But when the water heats up by even a few degrees, it becomes acidic, and that breaks down the coral's protective barrier, leaving it open to disease and also coral bleaching. Next one, please. These photos were taken a few weeks ago in Thailand. These photos are supposed to be full of colour, red, blues, pink, but unfortunately these pieces of coral have been bleached. There are no fish in these photos. There's a scuba diver in the background, but no fish, and they've all gone into these very sad whitish yellowy colours, which is because they're dying. And as terrifying as it is, this summer is meant to be nearly as hot or even hotter than last year, meaning the water will go through another heat wave and we will lose even more coral. This is not okay because the coral does so much for us and we don't even realize it. But luckily there are places, for example, in Gili Trawangan, where they are rebuilding coral by getting pieces of baby coral that still have a bit of life in them, attaching them to metal rods with an electric current, bringing them out to sea, and then the coral regrows, almost stronger against coral bleaching, which is very good because wherever there is a problem, there is a solution. We just haven't found all of them yet. If you take anything so far from what I've said, it would be please find what you're passionate about and link it to climate change in any way. So I love the sea, as I said. So I started beach cleaning, started the whole beach cleaning group. I've been climate striking. I've been striking for marine protected areas to stop overfishing and to even get environmentalism as a core subject in school. That's because I love the sea and I have linked it to the environment in whatever ways I can. Also because beach cleaning is actually really enjoyable. So please, if you can find what you're interested in, whether it's nature, fashion, bowling, anything, just random things that you love, link it to the environment in any way you can, whether it's swapping to eco-friendly products or only shopping sustainable shops and charity shops rather than Shein and Primark. These tiny things make good impacts because it creates a snowball effect. Although to make the proper impacts that we need real change from people in power. So I'm 17 years old. Next year I'll be doing my leaving cert, which is my final exam before I leave school. I want to study marine biology. I'd love to become like an underwater filmmaker so I can film what's going on under the sea and then report on it. I want to have children. I'd love to have grandchildren. And it really scares me that my children might never see coral because it's all dead, or loads of different species that will no longer exist in the future. And it terrifies me that having to tell my grandchildren that the world will die because when I was 17, we had a chance to save it, but we didn't do enough. I'm an optimist and I know we will make the right choices. I really hope so. But it terrifies me, the idea of even having to explain that to someone. And I'm sure everyone in this room has well, even if you don't have nieces, nephews, children, grandchildren, you know children who will have children, and it will affect them in different ways. This isn't going to affect one group of people. This is going to affect all of us. This is a world problem, which is why I'm always really excited whenever I hear about anything that can help our planet, because a little bit of happiness in the world and hope is what we all need sometimes. So when it comes to sustainable energy, there's a lot of pros and cons of them. I love the idea of tidal energy because it's created by the natural rise and fall of ocean tides, and it's also supposed to be very predictable, which is good. As long as there's a full marine check in the water, it would be incredible. But the problem for me is a lot of incredible renewable energy sources do a lot of good, but they also can do some bad. So when it comes to wind turbines, for example, I'm all for getting as many as we can, but when you put them in the sea, you have to drill into the seabed, which completely destroys the biosphere in that area. Then once it finally grows back and everything becomes good again, then they have to replace parts every few years, which disrupts it all over again. Also, sometimes there isn't a full marine check. So although I'm all for all forms of renewable energy, sometimes I'm worried that there isn't full environmental checks done in the area, which can lead to some damage. So I'm hoping that the science will hopefully catch up to get everything working together. So as we all know, the world needs us. We're on a ticking time bomb right now. We don't have much longer left, and all these dates of, oh, we're going to make good solid change by 2050, that's not enough. We need to make change right now, because I refuse to live in a world knowing that my future is doomed and that my grandchildren's future is doomed. I believe we're a good human race. We're not evil people. So I believe we will make change. We just need to start thinking about the planet and less about ourselves. And the people in power need to actually start acting and not just pretending that they're going to be doing things and making empty promises, because greenwashing isn't going to save the day. Real change will. Thank you all so much, and I hope you all have a great day.
Thank you so much, Flossie, for your contribution there. Going to go over now to Yolanda Garcia Mezquita is joining us online, and Yolanda is head of unit for relations with member states at DG Energy in the European Commission. Yolanda, you're there.
Hello. Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can indeed. Go ahead.
Thank you. I have a presentation. Hope you can see the presentation.
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Good. Excellent. So thank you very much for the invitation today. It's a pleasure to be with you in Ireland. I'm sorry not to be physically with you, and I will try to do next time. I think it's very important to be in close contact, and the previous speaker has explained how important is climate change and how important is to really deploy the tools that we have in our hands to really accelerate the transition. So as we mentioned, I mean, energy efficiency, renewables, and this is basically what I'm going to bring today. So I'm going to bring really what we are doing in the European Commission and in order to fight against climate change. But I will focus basically on the European Green Deal. So is our growth strategy, is a strategy to fight against climate change, so to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but at the same time, we have proof that it's possible to reduce emission at the same time that we bring growth and employment to Europe. And I think this is important because one element important is competitiveness. We need to be competitive in Europe, and this is something that is going to bring along the green transition. So I would basically, you see visually in the last years how we have growth in terms of employment and in terms of growth and employment more than 9% between 2008 and 2021, while at the same time we have been able to reduce the greenhouse gas emission more than 20%. So we have in front of us the 2030 with a defined targets to reduce emission more than 55% compared to 1990. This is in the climate law, with the aim to decarbonize to be climate neutral by 2050. This is a clear direction of travel, and now the Commission is working in 2040 climate target, as mentioned before, in order to reduce 90% the emissions in 2040 compared to 1990. This will help us, Europe, to reach the 2050 target in a really comfortable position. It is a proposal that has been presented by the Commission in February. Now we are in a period of elections, so after the elections in June, the new Commission will be configured, the new Parliament will be configured, and then we'll work to really put in law this target to really be more ambitious and credible in our decarbonization path in Europe. In order to decarbonize, we have tools, and the tools is important in energy because more than 75% of the greenhouse gas emissions are related to the production or the consumption of energy. So whatever we do in order to decarbonize our economies goes through the energy system to really change our way that we produce, we transport, we consume energy. In order to achieve the 2030 decarbonization target, this 55%, the Commission proposed what is called the Fit for 55% package in July 2021. This package, the energy focus is these pieces of legislation. All of them has been agreed at this stage by the Parliament and by the Council in co-decision process, and now is the moment to start the implementation in the member states. So we have now the tools in order to decarbonize our economy, to deploy more ambitious targets in renewables, to deploy more energy efficiency with concrete targets and more ambitious targets, to reduce methane emissions, but also to decarbonize our buildings through this revised Energy Performance of Buildings Directive. But important as well, and has been mentioned, electrification is one of the ways to decarbonize our economy, but it's not the only way, because there are sectors that they are not able to decarbonize via electrification. That's the reason that it's very important to put the focus in the deployment of renewable gases, renewable hydrogen, biogas, biomethane. So that's the reason that part of this Fit for 55 package, we have the hydrogen and decarbonization gas market package. Was not included in the Fit for 55, but very relevant, the electricity market design that has been adopted as well by the Parliament and by the Council. And this is a way to revise our electricity market in order to ensure that fits for the renewables that they are coming, to integrate the renewables efficiently in our electricity system, and important, to provide affordable prices, competitive prices for our consumers, either households, and important as well, industrial consumers. So this is the picture of the Fit for 55. I'm not going to go into the details because my colleagues in the Commission will go into the details of these important pieces of legislation that they are going to facilitate the decarbonization of the EU with concrete legislative measures. In the middle of this preparation of the Fit for 55 package and the negotiation between the Parliament and the Council, something happens completely unexpected. Was the invasion, the provoked invasion by Ukraine by Russia, completely unexpected. It changed completely our landscape and put the focus in the need to accelerate even more the green transition. Why? Because we need to have a secure, sustainable and affordable energy, and we realize that this is not for granted. So we need to work in this direction. And with the invasion of Ukraine, we realized how dependent Europe was on the fossil fuels coming from Russia. So this exposed a lot Europe in terms of prices, so competitiveness of our economies and poverty, energy poverty of our households, but also this put the focus on the need to have a secure energy. So we need to secure and to have a sustainable energy in Europe. So put the focus on the need to be more autonomous, more strategic autonomy. And this brings us to the three elements that my previous speaker mentioned, REPowerEU plan, and in particular, three pillars that has been very effective. And this is again to reconfirm the direction of travel with more deployment of renewables and integration of renewables into the system, energy saving and energy efficiency, and in particular, diversification of our energy supplies. With these three key elements will put us in the way to have more secure energy, sustainable energy, and in particular, affordable, competitive energy in Europe. So just to go as well a little bit to show the picture, this Fit for 55 package was approved, was presented by the Commission in July 2021, and only a few months with the invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, we realized that our targets proposed for energy efficiency and renewables were still insufficient if we wanted to accelerate the transition. That's the reason that you see the evolution of the targets. And now we have a target in the Renewable Energy Directive that is in the directive, so it's mandatory, 42.5% of renewable energy in our energy mix by 2030. And the energy efficiency, the targets have been as well more ambitious now in what has been agreed in the co-legislator, that is around 11.7% energy efficiency target in the reference scenario compared to 2020, compared to 2030. So we are really moving to more ambitious target that is low. And this is going to mobilize the necessary investments and efforts in the member states towards the deployment of renewables, towards the energy efficiency and energy savings. Just to recall a little bit how powerful is the legislation, but also how powerful has been the behavior of the consumers to move towards this REPowerEU. So we have been able to reduce more than 80% the gas consumption in the European Union between August 2022 and January 2024. Exactly a few days ago, we have celebrated the anniversary of the REPowerEU 2 years, and the Commission published a communication with a stock-taking exercise. So this is a great achievement in the deployment or in the savings of gas. I want to mention as well the deployment of renewables, because we have seen in the last months that we are able to accelerate the deployment of renewables. More renewable capacity has been online in Europe, more than 73 gigawatts of new installed capacity. I think this is important to recall, and also the role of the electricity or the renewables in the electricity mix, because now we are around 45% compared to 39% 1 year ago. So we are in the right way thanks to the deployment of renewables. I want to highlight as well the important steps that Ireland has done in this aspect, in particular in the climate action plan that has been presented by Ireland in 2023, where you aim to install more than 9 gigawatts of onshore wind capacity, 8 gigawatts of solar capacity, and 5 gigawatts of offshore wind capacity by 2030, with a very ambitious target of 80% share of renewable in the electricity mix by 2030. So it is really something that we really want to highlight from the Commission, the important steps that you are doing in Ireland. So I want as well to highlight the diversification of supplies. So the countries in Europe have done a great effort to reduce the diversification from Russia, with aims basically to reduce our exposure to one single supplier, and in particular to remove these geopolitical considerations that Russia has put on the table with the invasion of Ukraine. So we have done a great steps, because in 2021, more than 45% of our gas consumed in the European Union came from Russia. Today, the picture is completely different. It's only around 90% of Russia fossil fuels in our gas, Russian gas in our gas consumption in Europe, and the Russian gas has been replaced by other sources, in particular reliable partners like Norway or United States with liquefied natural gas coming from US or from other countries. So the picture, as Mr. Kaufman mentioned, was as well thanks to the energy diplomacy that in the Commission with our President Ursula von der Leyen, the Commissioner Simpson, the High Representative Borrell has been intensified in the last months, precisely in order to reduce the dependency and to bring alternatives to the Russian gas. So I want to move and to briefly mention how the EU money has been as well mobilized towards investments and reforms in order to facilitate the acceleration of the transition. So more than 275 billions are going to support the green transition. And I think this is important because it represents in total 42% of the recovery and resilience facility, which is a lot and has been, if you see in the pipe, 50% of the green investments are going to support energy efficiency, deployment of renewable energy, and integration in networks. When I say renewable energy, of course, is solar, wind, but also renewable gases, as I mentioned before. So this is the picture, and it gives an idea that, of course, the EU funds are limited compared to the magnitude of the investments that we need in the transition, but it's also the direction or stimulate private investments towards the areas that they are much more needed. I want as well to highlight, because it is important, what in Ireland you have in the Recovery and Resilience Plan for Ireland and the REPowerEU chapter. So around 1 billion is what Ireland is going to receive. And I want to highlight that 42% is precisely to support climate objectives. I want is important as well to highlight that you have included reforms, and reforms are extremely powerful in order to remove obstacles and to stimulate more private investments. This is the case with reforms and investments on energy efficiency, renewables, and green skills and jobs that you have put or you plan to put in place. I want as well to announce that yesterday the Commission endorsed the revised Recovery and Resilience Plan, including the REPowerEU for Ireland, and endorsed the first payment request, which is around 300 to 24 million. So thanks as well for the effort that you have done, Ireland, to prepare the plan, and we are to really help you as well in the implementation, because this is going to bring important and tangible results in Ireland. So I want to finalize with a forward-looking picture and what we need to do in terms of priorities in this year, but in the coming years. Of course, the implementation of legislation is key. All the legislation that has been adopted in 2023 would be empty if the member states don't implement. So we are now to encourage member states to really implement as quickly as possible the provisions adopted in 2023. Important as well the national energy and climate plans, because this is as well a strategic tool in order to identify investments, reforms that they are needed in order to fulfill the 2030 targets in renewables, in energy efficiency, in greenhouse gas emissions. We need to put the focus now in competitiveness. So a few words about the European industrial competitiveness, and the focus is now to have a Green Deal industrial plan, and in particular this is around two important legislation in order to really equip Europe and to develop the net zero technologies that we need in Europe. We need at the same time to ensure that we put the legislative framework to really stimulate the investments, to really facilitate the permitting in those areas that we think they are key, like the clean technologies, but also critical raw materials, the new technologies, the new landscape in energy that we are going to have requires critical raw materials that we don't have in Europe. So it's important as well to have a legislation that really promotes to recycle, to better use of the existing materials, and of course to facilitate the agreements with third countries in order to have stability in the supply of these critical raw materials. I want as well to conclude looking at actions that the Commission has adopted in the last months in wind power action plan, the EU action plan for grids, and the guidance and recommendation to accelerate the deployment of renewables. These three actions have been recently adopted, and they put the focus on how to accelerate certain areas or certain parts that they are a little bit more difficult in terms of permitting, for example, in terms of auctions for renewables. So to really be sure that we put, in order to achieve what we have in the targets, this is done in a better way. So the Commission is putting these plans on top, and of course now we are guiding as well and facilitated the member state implementation. So colleagues will explain with more details during the morning about these plans and how important it is to complement to the legislation that we have already adopted. 2040 climate target will come with legislative proposals, but will come immediately after we have a new Commission after the elections in the European Parliament. So, and this is important because we need to put really anchor in the climate law the 2040 targets. Finally, and not less important, is the international dimension. Whatever we do in Europe, we are not alone. So we need to ensure that our partners outside Europe are as well engaged. That's the reason that the European Union and the Commission is very active in the deployment of global pledge on renewables and energy efficiency, the global pledge on methane, and finally the aggregate use, so just to put together now looking at the future, hydrogen and critical raw materials. So this is what we have as priorities, and we are working hard on this in the coming months, of course, in close contact with you. I will finish here my presentation, and again, thank you very much, and I am available for questions or comments that you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yolanda, for your presentation. Our next guest is, I'm very pleased to welcome Pat Cox as the former President of the European Parliament. More importantly, Pat is from Limerick, my home city, but I say that only half in just Limerick, we think, has a really pivotal role to play in the future energy mix, not just for Ireland, but for Europe. We think we can provide a lot of clean power to Europe from our side of the country. And I think Pat will touch on that in his contribution on European prosperity and security at the crossroads and our way forward. Pat.
So good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. I want to thank Kieran Cuff, Brian Leddin, and Jan for the invitation. I understand I have 10 minutes. I'm going to try to stick to that. And I prepared a text to try to discipline myself to stick to it. Of course, I'm euphoric to be at EUFORES here today, and thank you for the invitation. I'm going to zoom up and use a pretty wide-angle lens. So if I don't spend most of my speech on climate, it's not because I'm not interested, but there's a wider context, and that's what I want to look at. This is a year of the most consequential elections of my lifetime in the EU and the USA. Today, global population is 8 billion plus. The bet on democratizing Russia and China by integrating them fully into the world trade system has not paid off. Immigration, as we know, is an increasingly sensitive political issue. Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping, at the height of their autocratic power, and others, challenged the post-war world order, underwritten by American leadership and Pax Americana. Neo-imperial war for territory has returned to Europe through Putin's war of aggression in Ukraine. The Middle East is in the worst shape it's been in for decades. The rise of right-wing influence in government and politics is no longer marginal. but is increasingly becoming mainstream and normalized. Liberal democracy, which was on the rise 35 years ago, is now in recession. Freedom House has reported the 18th consecutive year of democratic decline globally. We have together entered a new age of uncertainty, marked by shifting power dynamics internally and externally. The world we live in shares both deep interdependence and deep vulnerability. The risk of nuclear proliferation is spreading at a time of diminished and contested strategic weapon safeguards. Global warming, as we know, is producing record temperatures and weather extremes of heat, cold, floods, droughts, fires, and biodiversity loss. COVID-19 was an object lesson in our collective exposure and openness to pandemics and viruses. The digital revolution and the lightning speed of its known and unknown boundaries is yielding a harvest of both social and economic opportunity and disquiet. We're confronted by challenges that are truly global, threatening to outpace our collective and individual agency to respond. The link between open markets, democracy, and international cooperation is a key normative aspect of the post-war world order. Back in 2000, the West's expectation on China was captured by Bill Clinton's final State of the Union address to Congress, where in essence he argued that China's admission to the WTO would enrich Americans and help convert China to freedom. China joined the WTO in December 2001, became the manufacturer to the world, lifted hundreds of millions of its citizens out of poverty, and through a steady flow of affordable goods, lowered inflationary tendencies in the West. Meanwhile, Xi Jinping was tightening the grip of the Chinese Communist Party behind the Great Firewall of China. Less than two decades after Clinton's speech, Donald Trump, in his inaugural presidential address, blamed trade with China for what he said was creating American carnage. The ground has shifted from economic embrace to geopolitical great power tension and rivalry. The fate of multilateralism as we've known it is where this geopolitical stress currently is most evident. As the 2024 Munich Security Conference report notes, cooperation inside the existing order has been crowded out by competition about the order itself. An era of multipolarity, and Europe is part of that multipolar world, is there today, but with contested multilateralism. The multipolar world is transforming into a multi-order world, which counts among its key influencers the leaders of the BRICS. Those are Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and also today Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, and the United Arab Emirates, and the BRICS hopes to expand that network. And of course, this challenge is also coming from what is loosely described as the Global South. They challenge the Global West and its post-war settlement, its values and institutions. But of course, the Global South is not a homogeneous bloc. They are non-West, but they're not all anti-West, thus adding to the increasingly complex tapestry of forging effective multilateral relations. Public opinion, politics, and governments in the West today, with the possible exception of combating climate change, are more focused on the vulnerabilities than the benefits associated with interdependence than was the case in the early decades of the 21st century. And the EU is no exception. Throughout this century, EU-China trade has witnessed explosive growth, with the net balance of trade decidedly in China's favour. The COVID-19 pandemic and the heightened global demand for personal protective equipment was a lesson for the EU of the risks of high dependency on single origin supply chains. This has been amplified, as we've heard, by the shift away from excessive energy dependence on Russia following Putin's invasion in Ukraine, and a growing appreciation, again as we've heard, of the need for diverse critical raw material supplies, whether for electric vehicle batteries or semiconductor chips. A whole new lexicon has emerged, from deglobalization to decoupling to de-risking, from reshoring and onshoring to friendshoring, and the EU's choice of concept, open strategic autonomy. The risk is growing of a mutually costly, tit-for-tat, zero-sum logic protectionist era. The United States throughout the post-war period has been the indispensable anchor of the normative West. What the USA does matters. This year's presidential election is likely to be generationally significant, not just for the USA, but for the idea of the West itself, its values, norms, aspirations, and choices. Donald Trump is running against the system. If he wins, he will face the fewest constraints ever on a US president. He has disparaged NATO, he dislikes the EU, and tariffs are likely to be one of his key policies of choice. The West also is stressed by political, social, and economic cleavages following the multiple consecutive crises that we've experienced over the past 2 decades. Anti-elite, illiberal, anti-system political candidates and philosophies abound. This poses the question as to whether the West, in terms of inherited normative standards, such as liberal democracy, open markets, and international cooperation, is actually becoming less Western, threatened both from without and within, a phenomenon labelled by the Munich Security Conference in 2020 as Westlessness, a nice play on words. In the light of geopolitical circumstances and US insistence, European states are under increasing pressure to spend more on their security and defence. Of the 32 NATO member states, including Finland and Sweden, 18 are expected to meet the target of 2% of GDP expenditure on defence this year. European states plan to up their defence expenditure in their own national and collective security interests and in order to support Ukraine. This inevitably will receive more EU focus in the immediate future. A continuing transatlantic security guarantee, if it remains, will not be cost-free in terms of the EU's policy margin of manoeuvre in this new great power rivalry between the USA and China. Enlargement is now back on the EU's strategic agenda after a long period of internal enlargement fatigue. This month marks the 20th anniversary of the Big Bang enlargement of 2004. My contention is that enlargement is perhaps the EU's most powerful, transformative, and successful external policy instrument over the past 5 decades, and we are beneficiaries in Ireland of that success. The candidate states, of course, and there are 8 of them, will have to undergo significant transformation, each at their own pace. The EU too has homework to do in the coming years in terms of its decision-making process and its budgetary capacity to absorb new member states. And I would add, at this time of profound and unrelenting stress, I believe that Ukraine needs the reassurance of our solidarity and of our openness in due course to embrace its entry into the Union. The EU needs stability and not chaos on its eastern flank, and embracing Ukraine ultimately is in the EU's collective as well as Ukraine's interest. The EU and the West in general can seek to influence others, but we cannot choose what they do. The upcoming elections offer us our moment of choice. The stakes are high. In my time as MEP, the Single Market Project was launched when the Soviet Union still existed. China and India together constituted less than 5% of the global economy. Conversely, today, collectively in EU, we represent a diminishing share of the global economy. We face a shrinking and aging population. We are lagging behind the United States and China and others in terms of economic growth rates. Internationally, unhappily, power politics is back in business. My contention to you is that together we are stronger in Europe and divided we are diminished. On the way forward, and it's not, it's to end my remarks, and it's certainly not comprehensive, but I think there are things that speak to us from what I've just been saying. One is that we need to listen to and seek to address people's reasonable fears and anxieties. But at the same time, I believe we must confront and reject the slick simplicities, fear-mongering, and toxic polarization of populism and the far right. We need to reinvigorate our commitment and not backslide on our commitment to pluralist democracy, the rule of law, the protection of human and minority rights. We need to promote and work for a 21st century architecture for international cooperation fit for our times and equal to the challenges. We need to assure that planetary public goods, from global warming, biodiversity protection, pandemic preparedness, and digital public goods, are framed in terms that transcend the current drift towards polarization. So we need to find a way to keep these global public goods above the wreckage of the rivalry that is emerging. We need to explain, and this comes, of course, in the earlier contributions today, that physics and not short-term anti-Green Deal politics determine something very clear and simple. The more greenhouse gases you pump into the atmosphere, the more extreme weather events you get. That is physics and not politics. The physics does not change. We need also from this to ensure not just that we are happy to stand still. Kieran mentioned this, we've got Fit for 55. Certainly, we've got to avoid backsliding, but in fact, we need to accelerate the transition to EU and global clean energy, whose investment and job opportunities last year, according to a World Bank report recently, reached an all-time high investment of 1.8 trillion US dollars. That's twice as high in 23 as it was in 2020. Decarbonisation offers multiple wins: environmental wins, climate wins, jobs wins, health wins, nature wins, balance of payments wins, energy security wins, and affordability wins. In Ireland, we need to appreciate that pooling some of our sovereignty with the EU 51 years ago has added to our influence, and that with fellow Europeans we can be stronger together in promoting our national and European interests and the wider global good. Two final personal comments, if I may. I personally regret that decades ago, when I served as an NEP, I was not then as animated by the emerging climate crisis as I am now. And secondly, I'm convinced in your President of EUFORES that you have an excellent and diligent MEP in your President, Kieran Coff, and I earnestly hope he will be re-elected to serve another mandate. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Pat, for that contribution. I'm mindful of time. We're past 11 now, so we don't have so much time to have the open discussion. But if we can take a few minutes, Kieran, I suppose I'll invite the panelists, and if Yolanda is still there as well, if they want to elaborate on any aspect or pick up on any of their colleagues' contributions. Pat, I might, if I can pick on you to begin with, this big vision where we might in achieving a kind of a European security and in this kind of newer world order that's emerging, where the renewable energy piece fits into that, and particularly if you might speak to Ireland on the European stage and how it might, and if Europe considers that Ireland is the great has the great resource that we do have, that Kieran mentioned, with our particular offshore resource, but not just that. As wave technology is developed in the years ahead, that could come on stream, and certainly wind might help the acceleration of wave as well. Can you speak to that and how that piece fits with the ultimate aim of having a more secure Europe and a more secure world, and Ireland's place in that?
Yes, at two levels. I mentioned the theme of interdependency and shared vulnerability.
Should we, because for the Commission?
Oh,
Please stand around. Yes, it works. I just wonder if
there's some people online, so yeah, maybe it'll come up.
So I mentioned the theme of interdependence and its counterpart. It's two faces of the same coin, shared vulnerability. There's no doubt, and the point was made earlier by Kieran, if you look at our sea base and our continental shelf, we have a massive resource. We can meet the kinds of concerns that we heard this morning about marking out areas where we've looked at marine environment and where we find an accommodating capacity to develop offshore renewables. That can make, for us and for continental Europe, if we get the grid connections, easier said than done, it can make a real difference. So that's the interdependency in its positive statement. It can be win for Ireland, win for EU meeting peak demand electricity requirements on the continent, and win-win is good. What are the vulnerabilities? The vulnerabilities, in fact, as we got little glimpses of last year, not in substance, but I suppose in the form of signalling that things could happen. If you had a determined enemy that wanted to have a strategic impact on the interdependent Europe to do with offshore renewables, or to do with the hard core of a lot of our GDP, to do with fibre optic cables connecting us to the globe, if those were part, as you had with Nord Stream 2, of a strategic attack by someone, for whatever reason, to break the linkage, it would have a powerful, negative, serious impact in Ireland. So when I talk about the security and defence dimension, it's not about, it's certainly for me, not about some thesis of militarising the EU. It's rather about recognising the current geopolitical realities and being prepared to protect what matters to us. And so I think in such a context, we ourselves, and I think the government is committed to that, understands it needs to invest more in our own security and defence forces on one part. But if we were of a strategic interdependent quality with EU, then I think there is also what I might call a common ground for seeking to have the vulnerability commonly regarded as a shared and common public purpose. I know we have neuralgia in Ireland when we talk in referenda and talk about security and defence, about our neutrality. And the one thing I want to say about that in the EU, we negotiated many years ago, because this is always a debate in our referendums, we negotiated a protocol which respects our right to make the choice for ourselves. So we have choices we need to make, but they're not choices that will be made by others for us. And I say that because a protocol, it's important to understand in EU law, carries the same weight as a treaty article, and it cannot be changed under EU treaty law without unanimity. And if we didn't want it changed, then it won't happen. So we own our answer about our security and defence. But over time, as we saw with Finland, Finland was happy to be militarily neutral for the entire post-war period. And when Mr. Putin decided to open a war front across 1,000 kilometers in eastern and southern Ukraine, Finland had a debate within days that said the game is up, we're going to change our mind. We're not there yet. Hopefully we don't get there in terms of an extreme event, but these are the risks of complex geopolitics, and we need to wake up to this and be willing to have a rational debate about it without being gung-ho one way or another. That requires a bit of respectful listening and understanding, and I stop at it again, we own the choice. In EU treaty law, it's our call. It's not the call of EU institutions or of Brussels, as we like to reduce it to.
Thank you, Pat. I want to offer our other panelists an opportunity to come in if they wish. Yolanda is online, and Yolanda, certainly the question about Ireland's potential contribution to a cleaner energy system in Europe, I think is, I'd like to hear the Commission's perspective. Does it see Ireland as a potentially major player in the decades ahead and beyond, perhaps the term of the Green New Deal? And Flossie, if you have any contribution, what you're hearing, is there any reaction to what our other panelists have raised as someone who's an active campaigner on the ground? Or do you see concerns? Do you see challenges? And if you do, it's certainly be very interested to hear them. Kieran, equally, as a member of the European Parliament, your perspective it would be very welcome. I'm very mindful of time. I know there's another session due to start, so if anyone wants to take a minute or two, they're more than welcome.
I think Pat rightfully identified some of the challenges as we move towards a lot of ocean energy in and off Ireland. I think we are not an island when it comes to energy policy, and I think we have to face up to that interconnectedness through cooperation with our European neighbours. I think of one structured cooperation project at the moment. I think we should probably have about 8. One direct one is on protecting underwater infrastructure, which is crucial to Ireland's economy, both the digital and the energy side of things. But I think as the hack of the Health Services Executive showed, there are bad actors around, and I think every one of the cybersecurity projects should involve cooperation. These are European Union cooperation projects, to which I was quite wary of a few years ago, but I think the reality of the geopolitics of today and the reality of investing in offshore energy and offshore cables and offshore electricity and data cables is that we need to protect them. And I mean, I read the Defence Forces Commission report from cover to cover. It said we're 40 years behind. So it does mean more investment in protection and defence. It does mean more cooperation with Europe. Finland obviously realised this, but I think we are realising it in Ireland, that we have to be watching what's happening around our coast. But I think there is a challenge in there as well, Flossie, as you well know, of mediating between what fishers want, what those who wish to protect nature want, and then the huge demand for renewable energy. But I don't think it's a zero-sum game. I think there are often clear and tangible benefits from offshore energy to nature. We saw on the eastern side of Denmark the return and increase of fish close to where underwater reefs had been put. Why are fish returning? Because A, you have reef structures protecting some of the offshore energy infrastructure, but also the area covered by a wind farm will not be trawled. So it's a place where fish can thrive. Obviously, there are upsides and downsides to all of this, but there are ways in which you can have actually a synergy between offshore energy and marine protection. And I think it's important to have that discussion as well.
Thanks, Kieran. Yeah, go ahead.
Right, it's just a tiny observation. So I live down in Sandy Cove by the 40-foot, and we're getting loads of wind turbines all around Ireland, which is great energy-wise. But it's been over the last 2 years, we've had all the boats going out, doing little researches on getting the wind turbines. The people who are actually installing them offered my charity money to support them. I don't believe they had a full environmental check, and the fishermen in the local area were saying over the last 2 years that there have been a decrease in lobsters, crabs, and fish in the area. So in some companies, I think they are just not doing a full research, and they are paying people rather than actually doing marine checks. So I just think that's something that really needs to be looked at, made sure that no bad people are getting in there, because if it's done right, it's brilliant. But if it's done wrong, it does do a lot of damage. So that's just my tiny thing.
Thank you, Flossie. And yes, certainly as we go, what we're talking about here is huge change. You can't have huge change without huge disruption. And then we're possibly creating the space for some actors who perhaps whose motivations aren't as pure as the rest of us. So I think that's a very worthy point. We're quite out of time, but Sive, if you want to have just a minute, yeah. You'll have to come up, yeah.
Thanks very much for a fascinating talk so far. My question is really inspired by...
Introduce yourself for this.
Sorry, Sive O'Neill, Friends of the Earth. My question is inspired by your speech, Pat, which was really wide-ranging and fascinating. It seems to me that the economic logic behind decarbonisation and renewables is well made within Europe, and there's a kind of very self-interested dimension to the various programs for increasing renewables and decreasing reliance on imported energy, especially Russian. However, the case for nature restoration is not as strong in Europe. And it seems to me that the Commission has already compromised in a number of key areas around CAP reform, the nature restoration law, not just the European Commission, by the way, but the Council, obviously, and various other measures under the EU biodiversity strategy. And the economic issues are different with nature restoration because the externalities are not being properly measured and the farming lobby is so strong. So I'm just putting it that, you know, we might get it right on the energy transition. We might rejig our arguments for doing that, but we're actually losing ground when it comes to nature restoration. And it's in an absolutely dire state in Europe. But increasingly, I see the separation between the nature restoration of biodiversity and the energy transition. And I would just make the case that we can't afford any backsliding anywhere, but particularly on the nature front. And it's a forgotten issue because it doesn't seem like a question of national or European security. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sive. And if you don't mind, I'm just going to leave your contribution there as an open question because we don't really have time, but perhaps in the later sessions, those points can be addressed. We'll take a 2-minute break for anyone who wants to stretch their legs or run to the bathroom, and then we'll start into the next session, which Kieran Cuff will chair. Okay.
Thanks, Brad. Yeah. So I just want to, I think that mic is working. I want to welcome you all back for session 2, following on quite quickly from session 1. This is a fairly long session, so make sure you're comfortable. Feel free if you need to nip out to the bathroom or just take a stretch because it's going to be 90 minutes long. We won't be disturbed if you need to take a short break. This session is focusing on the role of energy efficiency in Ireland. They always say that when it comes to renewables and energy efficiency is always the bridegroom and never the bride. And indeed, energy efficiency is enormously important because what we can deliver in terms of industrial heat, what we can deliver in terms of a wide spectrum of applications, we can do so much more. And that, in a sense, is why the Renewable Energy Directive and the Energy Efficiency Directive were both discussed at the same time, the amendments to them over the last 5 years. But we have a range of speakers from industry, from civil society, from the European Commission, but we're honoured to be joined by the Irish Minister for the Environment, Climate and Communications, as well as Transport, my friend and colleague, Eamon Ryan. Eamon, I give you the floor.
Thank you, Kieran. I'm very glad and honoured just to say a few words. EUFORES, I know Jan for years, we're going back to 2002. I think I joined as a learning graduate trainee, intern graduate TD, and it was one of the most best learnings is to share experience across Europe. We learned from, I remember, Anne-Margrethe Hansgaard, I think was a Danish member of parliament back in that time, who was really one of the best in terms of energy efficiency in buildings. And my job was to learn everything off her, to steal it. Plagiarism is a good, as Pat Cox would know, and not a bad quality in politics, to steal the best Danish ideas and to apply them here at home. I want to maybe just reflect on 5 points in 5 short minutes, if I can, in terms of where we are. Firstly, I think people don't realise what's happened in the last 3 years under this mandate, under the Green New Deal that Ursula von der Leyen set out, that the European system, Parliament, Council, Commission, have passed the most incredible suite of legislation which will really shape the economic future. I don't see it stopping. I don't see a reversal of this Green Deal. There's a huge job for the public service in transposition. We all realise the obligation we have is 23 pieces of fundamental legislation, and that is going to define what happens in the next 5-10 years, in my mind, in our union. And I think Mario Draghi will publish a report this summer that I expect to show that actually that is the future for competitiveness in Europe. And it will require much greater integration and interconnection and sharing of experience, not less, is where our economic competitive position is going to be placed. The Energy Efficiency Directive, from an Irish perspective, is probably the most challenging because it actually puts real limits on final energy consumption, which in a growing country, growing economy, is we look to that and think, how could we possibly do this? Are we not going to start restricting our use of renewable power because of the requirement for actual limits on final energy consumption? That's one of the main things that we need to consider. Yeah, I want to maybe cite 4 examples from here at home, or issues that we're addressing here at home on this efficiency side, as examples where maybe other countries could learn from us, or some of the lessons we're learning. Firstly, I believe in our country, the application of the carbon tax we have is actually exemplary. It's not popular. 3-letter word ending in X is never popular in politics, but it is actually delivering, because our ability to match what's happening in the ETS with the domestic carbon price, which goes up every year, €7 a tonne, where the revenue has been agreed hypothetically with the Department of Finance, 30% going to energy poverty solutions, social welfare increases, 55% going to the retrofitting industry, grants for householders to be able to improve their homes, and 15% go to small farmers. It works. It's progressive. It guarantees it's outside the budget process. So we know we have a huge chunk of additional revenue coming each year, which allows the industry to scale up their supply chain, knowing that the grants are going to be there, the budget's going to be available, and it's working. We're retrofitting 50,000 houses a year. It's exemplary because we have this connected system of high grants, guaranteed revenue, and social justice stitched into the approach. It's just one example that I think other countries could learn from here as to how you get this virtuous circle. Secondly, now we're in a fortunate position. We have significant balance budget surplus. So what we are setting aside, agreed to set aside, part of that for a Future Ireland fund, but also a funding 14 billion into an infrastructure, climate and nature fund. And again, the benefit of that is it gives long-term certainty, medium-term certainty, the next 5-10 years, to industry that in some other key areas we will have funding to do what we need to do. In negotiation with the Department of Finance on that, it was very difficult, you can imagine. We went back to a task force we have on heat, which is the lost child of the energy transition. We got agreement on a whole series of substantive areas where we need to invest in retrofitting of public buildings, in delivery of district heating, in development of anaerobic digestion, for the solar panels in industry. They were all in the less glamorous, less high profile, but actually important areas where we need to make the transition. And that certainty of that funding coming from a fund in 2026 onwards, I believe is going to be transformational here. Fourth point I'd make, and I've just come, maybe I'm biased because I've just come from a meeting with the District Heating Association, that actually is going to be a key area where we need to learn from European experience. There's various experience. In Sweden and Denmark and Finland, probably best experience in district heating. Other examples, Netherlands, UK, different ways that what they called the meeting I had earlier today, emerging district heating countries are working. Well, we need to be one of those emerging countries. And actually, one of the things that will unlock it is that to deliver on the public building energy efficiency side, there's a demand there for district heating that will help create the industry and set it up. It's in our hospitals, our universities, our big public buildings that we don't have other solutions other than district heating to meet the European targets that have been set. Last point I'd make, and in Ireland it's very significant, it draws a lot of criticism from our European colleagues, is in the area of data centres. And Dublin has been one of the leading largest centres for data centres in Europe. It's not a bad thing. Data centres tend to get a lot of blame here as kind of the source of a lot of our energy difficulties, are missing our climate targets and emissions. And yes, we have to make sure that that industry lives within the climate budget that we have. But it brings real benefits. It brings economic benefits in terms of, and it brings services. Every single one of us using a phone is connected to a data centre. What we are going to insist on, what we're working with the digital industries, is that that industry has to be hyper efficient in its operations to be able to not to breach the climate targets or indeed the energy and grid constraints that we have, but will continue to develop. And it's this dance between variable supply and variable demand, the balancing of the characteristics of this new energy revolution, which we can apply in the data center industry just as in every other, using renewable power, having extensive backup capability, storage and other capability, having effective grid connections which you use efficiently, using backup other biomethane or HVO where you have to have combustible backup generation so that it's still zero carbon. But more than anything else, also being really efficient in the operations so that you actually can make it sustainable, which is difficult. Because with the advance of artificial intelligence, as well as the use on our mobile phones, the demand is showing an inexorable increase. We have to manage and control it. And lastly, just to go back to district heating, to take the waste heat and to use it in a local way to heat housing and public buildings is one of the things we're going to have to get right here because of the characteristics of what our country does, what our economy does. And we will learn and share with our European colleagues on that. That's the only future for European competitiveness. It is going green, it is renewable, and it's hyper efficient. And we will be good at, we are good at this. We're ahead of China and America on this. And we need to continue to be ahead by being brave and by giving political direction in this renewable efficient direction. Thank you.
Thanks, Eamon, for that tour de force. I think it was really useful to get the overview. I'm very conscious of time. I think rather than take questions, I will go straight into what is going to be a really interesting session, an overview, not just from Eamon, but from Robert Deegan of the Department of the Environment, Climate and Communications. We then talk about the EED with a commission input, and then the EPBD, as well as an overview from Daniel Becker. I'm very conscious in my introductory remarks. I said that energy efficiency is always the bridegroom, never the bride. So I have a habit of stumbling over my metaphors. Maybe it was the rather male panel in the room, although we have women online. Yes, always the bridesmaid, never the bride, was what I meant to say about energy efficiency. But look, we want to continue the discussion, and I want to give Robert the floor.
Thanks, Jan. I'll put it on. Thanks very much. Good morning, everybody, and thanks to Jan and all the organisers for the invitation to be here today. The Minister mentioned our national retrofit programme a few moments ago as one of the areas that he covered in his speech. And while Pat Cox used the wide angle lens earlier on, I'm going to zoom in a little bit on the residential sector and particularly the retrofit plan and what we're doing on that front. Before I do that, let me just move on there. Oh, just tell me. I'll do it for you. Thank you. Just a little overview. Do you mind again? Just clicking again. Just seems to be how many times? I wasn't even sure there was a transition on it. That's grand. Quick overview on the Energy Efficiency Directive. So in terms of the last directive, there was quite strong performance in terms of delivery on the overarching target in terms of the primary energy consumption target, and as well as our energy savings obligation and also the public sector target. So the targets were achieved. But as the Minister also mentioned, the new Energy Efficiency Directive, and you're going to hear from Heidi in a moment about more of the detail on it, really takes things to another level altogether in terms of the ambition, the types of policies and measures that are going to be required in order to deliver on that ambition. So what we've done is we've already made the first deadline in terms of the new directive And we've notified Ireland's indicative national energy efficiency contribution. So that's an important milestone, and that will feed into the NECP. And also at the national level, we've put in place a interdepartmental group that's going to look at what are the policies and measures required and ensure that the directive is transposed in line with the requirements. Want to move on to the next one, please, yeah. So in terms of the retrofit sector and the domestic sector, I've decided to focus on that today for a couple of reasons. First of all, it's going to help us achieve our energy efficiency directive targets, as well as our EPBD requirements, as well as at the national level, our climate action plan targets. So the targets that have been set are the equivalent of 500,000 homes upgraded to a building energy rating of B2, and critically 400,000 heat pumps installed to replace existing heating systems. So the targets were set in the climate action plan. Our national retrofit plan sets out how we're going to actually deliver on those targets. And again, Jan, if you don't mind moving on. That plan is built around 4 key pillars: driving demand and activity, financing and funding models, supply chain skills and standards, and structures and governance. And for each of those pillars, what we did was we went away and we conducted national and international research to identify what are the barriers and what is best practice in terms of addressing those barriers. And for each of it was a very systematic and kind of practical approach of just, here's the barrier, here's the solution. And then each year since the publication of the plan in 2021, we've updated those actions as new barriers pop their head up. So again, do you mind now? Thank you very much. So under the driving demand and activity pillar, what the stakeholders told us and what the research told us was the key challenges were around upfront costs, a lack of awareness of what retrofitting actually is. And even when people know what it is, they're overwhelmed by the decisions and find it a very challenging experience to actually get somebody in to do the work for them. What we've done on the policy side is to tackle, as I say, each one of those issues one by one. So in terms of the awareness issue, it's really about awareness and education campaigns, letting people know about the benefits of retrofit and heat pumps. And then once people know what it is, it's a lot easier to sell the idea to them. The minister referred to the carbon tax feeding into the grant schemes, and there's been a huge increase in the budgets that have been allocated to both the SEAI schemes, which is our national agency that provides grants for retrofits, as well as in the local authority sector. So in the SEAI alone this year, the budget is up to 437 million across the various schemes, and ensuring that we have a just transition and that no sector of society is left behind. There's a particular focus on the energy homes and energy poverty, and this year again there's a 208 million euro budget set aside for fully funded upgrades for households at risk of energy poverty. There's also been a new, in order to address the whole issue of the complexity and hassle associated with the challenge, a new network of one-stop shops have been developed from scratch. So we've gone from 0 to 20 one-stop shops in the space of 2 years. And also, part of the feedback was that it could be quite challenging for homeowners, even the motivated ones, to actually access the grants through SEAIs. So there's been improvements to the customer journey. And again, to address the whole information issue for homeowners, the Burr advisory reports have been revised to provide a pathway to a B2, which is the target endpoint. And critically, and again, in alignment with the Energy Efficiency Directive, the Energy Efficiency Obligation Scheme, which has been very successful over the last decade or so, has been revised. So we align our obligation scheme with our national policy objectives and international policy objectives. Yeah. So financing and funding is obviously critical. What, again, the stakeholders told us in that regard was that this stop-start 1 year knowing what the budget is, but not having certainty about what it is the next year or subsequent years is very problematic. They also told us that it's kind of evident that when you look at the total cost of the project, it's probably about 28 billion euros to retrofit the 500,000 houses. That's the best estimate that we have. there's always going to be, like, the public sector or the exchequer cannot fund the entirety of that. So it's about using those resources to leverage private funding. And also, it's not a one size fits all. We need to have a different mix of funding models depending on different customer cohorts and requirements. So you can see in the table there, there's a total of 8 billion euros set aside as part of our national development plan and a national retrofit plan to the end of the decade. But not only that, we have annual allocations showing a significant increase year on year towards the end of the decade. So in 2019, we had an expenditure of 104 million. By the end of the decade, it's going to be 2 billion a year. And what that does is it allows the supply chain to scale up, to take on new workers, to put additional vans on the road that can go out and retrofit more homes. And the companies and the people can see, yes, we're comfortable that we can take on new people because we have the certainty that the budgets are going to increase. We've supplemented national funding with ERDF funding. So there's about 265 million of European Regional Development Fund money that's being allocated to supplement the Warmer Home Scheme budget, which is our energy poverty scheme. There's also been particular focused measures for different sectors. So a tax incentive for the rental sector, which is always one of the most challenging to address. A 0% VAT rate has been introduced for solar PV. And then very recently, in conjunction with our colleagues in the European Investment Fund and European Investment Bank, we've launched the Home Energy Upgrade Loan Scheme. And the purpose of that is to help the people who are kind of in the middle. So people in energy poverty, the avenue they go down is usually through the local authority scheme or through our energy poverty scheme. People who can afford, have money in the bank or can afford to do it out of pocket, there was always the option there to take the part funded grants. But there was a whole cohort in the middle who didn't have the money up front and couldn't fill the gap between the grants and the cost of the project. The Home Energy Upgrade Loan Scheme has been launched with the first bank. There'll be more coming on board in the coming weeks, and that's really aimed at giving the people the money up front so they can kind of pay for the milestone payments and any upfront costs associated with the project, and also fill that gap between the grants and the total cost. Thanks, Jan. Supply chain is absolutely critical, and the point here is there'd be little point having addressed the financing aspect and driving demand if we don't have the supply chain. That equally applies for no point having the supply chain if we don't have demand. So what we really need is each of these four pillars to be working in parallel with each other, and that's why the all of government approach that we've implemented in terms of driving this scheme with very close relations with other government departments and agencies has been absolutely critical to the success of the program so far. But just specifically on the supply chain skills and standards element, what we were told there was the industry didn't have the confidence to scale up. We didn't have enough workers in the sector, and the workers that we did have might not have had the skill set that was the right types of skills. And then there's always the risk that as you rapidly increase scale and output, that quality could be diminished. And that has to be absolutely critical because we don't want to be dealing with upgrades that were done incorrectly in the future that have to be redone or cause problems for the homeowners. So first thing we did was we quantified the number of workers and the types of skill sets that would be required. That was done through the expert group on future skills needs and the reports published a couple of years ago. There's been subsequent reports published by our colleagues in SOLAS. And then our colleagues again in the Department of Further Higher Education and SOLAS have really focused on putting in place the upskilling, reskilling and apprenticeship initiatives that are going to be required to fill those skills gaps. So they've put in place 6 new retrofit and NZEP centres of excellence. There's increased numbers of places being offered in those centres of excellence and courses. And those aren't just being offered, they're actually being taken up as well. So there's been more than a doubling of enrolments in those courses between 2022 and 2023. So it went from about 2,050 in 22 to 4,500 nearly in 23. So that's a good sign that we're going to have the workforce in place for the future. The one-stop shop process, the registration to be a one-stop shop with SEAI is very rigorous. And the purpose of that isn't to cause people pain or to barriers at entry, is to ensure things are done right and quality is maintained. And then that aligns with our National Standards Authority of Ireland, and also the building regulations, and making sure that things are done appropriately. And then again, you've got individual sectors with individual problems. We've got quite a sizable traditional building stock as a portion of our overall stock. So new guidance has been issued by our colleagues in the Department of Housing to address the needs of those particular houses. Am I moving on, please? Yeah. And then finally, structures and governance. This is really important because there needs to be a plan. There needs to be proper structures and governance in place when you're talking about a program and project as big as this. Really, it's a very complicated capital infrastructure project, because normally a 28 billion euro plan, it's very top down. You do it from a very top led and then implement the plan below. We have a plan, but the people are making a lot of individual decisions to upgrade their homes or not. So it needed a very clear plan and project management approach, and also proper governance structures. So we published our national retrofit plan in 2021 and updated it since. The SEAI, or Sustainable Energy Authority of Ireland, has been designated as the National Retrofit Delivery Office, and the capacity of that organisation has been enhanced through additional staffing capacity that's been added in recent years. And then ongoing research and development with a particular focus on behavioural insights. And that's those behavioural studies and the research, both national through SEAI's behavioural insights team and also international, is really feeding into each step and each iteration of the actions that are being taken to address those new barriers that arise each year. Do you mind just moving on to the next one, please? Yeah. Just finally, well, like what's been the impact of all of this? So this is looking at it over a number of years. You can see that the line, the blue line, or sorry, the grey line is showing the depth of the retrofits. So even though there was quite a few done in 2019, we obviously had the impact of COVID then in 2020 and 21. But there's a very steady increase each year, and the depth of those retrofits is increasing. And just to give you some ideas of year-on-year numbers, capital expenditure on SEAI's retrofit programme is up 70% between 22 and 23. The overall number of retrofits is up 3/4 year-on-year between 22 and 23. The number of B2 upgrades more than doubled, and energy poverty upgrades increased by more than 1/3. But not only are we increasing the volume of those upgrades, the value and depth of those upgrades has really transformed over the last few years. So in 2015, it was about €2,500 a house that was being invested in upgrading those homes. Last year, it was €24,000 a house. So they're really fundamentally different, with much more of a focus on deeper retrofits. In terms of next steps, we're going to be continuing to look at what those new barriers that are arising year on year, and ensuring that the steps that we've taken so far. So it really is a case of reforming and then learning a bit and then reforming again. So I might wrap it up there, Jan, if that's okay. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Robert. That was great. For those of us who work as policymakers at the European level, it's so rewarding to get the insight into what's actually happening on the ground here in Ireland. And I think what I found most heartening in that presentation was just the numbers. The amount of funding, 437 million euro in grants, and particularly 208 million euro in grants for those who cannot afford, in funding directly for housing for those who cannot afford to apply under the grant scheme. If we want to just transition, we have to absolutely make sure that the most vulnerable benefit, and it was the most vulnerable who suffered with the price spikes in energy over the last few winters. Over time, we're going to increase that. Also, the acceleration of the numbers in this decade, so similar to a presentation I had from the Basque Assembly in Spain, looking at the remainder of the decade, the need to ramp up year on year the numbers. And this is happening all around Europe. It's really rewarding to see and hear that. Moving back to the overall dimension, we're honoured to be joined by Heidi Adensam, Policy Officer on Energy Efficiency Policy and Financing with the European Commission. Heidi, are you online and ready to go? The floor is yours.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can, perfectly.
Great, great. First of all, thank you very much for this initiative and for the invitation to talk about the new Energy Efficiency Directive. It's so important to raise the awareness of this directive and the new issue that it will bring. And this is really a good opportunity. So thanks a lot. The new Energy Efficiency Directive is in force since end of last year, and it will be transposed by October 2025. And the new directive is the core legislation on energy efficiency on the European level. And I brought with me for the next 10 minutes a few slides. And please, Jan, could you present them? Do you see the slides?
Question, can you share them through your screen, through Teams?
Okay, I will try. Just give me a second.
If not, I will do it somehow.
No. Just a second. I think I can manage. Now I have to find the share button. Share. And hopefully, here we go. Can you see it?
It works. Perfect. Go ahead.
Great. So, this directive, the Energy Efficiency Directive, is here on this slide. You see the main pillars of the new directive, and it is the first time in this directive that it legally establishes the common principle of energy efficiency first. It states also a binding final energy consumption target on the European level, and it sets an indicative primary energy consumption target, and both targets, final and primary energy consumption, are more ambitious in this new directive than it was before. The new directive focuses on 4 main sectors. That is, on the one hand, the overall end-use sector, where the energy savings obligation is intensified in this new directive. And the second sector is the public sector, where the exemplary role of the public sector is strengthened in this new directive, and the enterprises. Energy efficiency in enterprises is in the new directive more ambitious than it was before. The fourth important sector is the heating and cooling sector, and the directive puts a pathway for the development of a fossil-free heating and cooling sector in legislation. As we all know that energy consumers are very important for the energy transition, and especially for energy efficiency investments, the new directive also empowers consumers with several provisions, and it works on the alleviation of energy poverty. So this is, in a nutshell, the main pillars in the new directive, and now I continue with going into the details of some of the provisions of the directive. So the first I'm talking about is the energy efficiency first principle. This is the backbone of the European energy efficiency policy. Energy efficiency first sounds theoretical, but the core idea behind is whenever you take a decision, ask yourself whether there could be a more efficient way, a more efficient investment you could take instead of what you're actually planning. So it's a view on the whole portfolio of alternatives you have, and it is asking you to select these alternatives that are the most efficient and beneficial ones. The new Energy Efficiency Directive now establishes this principle legally. Member states must ensure that energy efficiency solutions, such as demand-side resourcing and system flexibility, are assessed in every planning, policy and major investment decisions related to energy sectors and also non-energy sectors. So it's not just an issue for the energy sector, it's also for the non-energy sectors, for the big investments. Minor investments are not covered, but infrastructure projects with a value higher than 100 million euros, so the really big investments, and for transport 175 millions are targeted. To make the principle operational, clear responsibilities need to be established, and therefore member states are required to clearly allocate the responsibilities and to identify one or several entities that will be charged with monitoring the application of the principle. This could be the national regulatory authority, ministry, or energy agency. So some organization that is monitoring and evaluating the progress with this principle. And member states are also required to make publicly available and ensure the application of cost-benefit methodologies. Cost-benefit methodologies allow the proper assessment of the wider benefits of energy-efficient solution. And what does wider benefits mean? Energy efficiency does not only pay off saving energies or energy cost savings, it also affects on the healthcare system. It might also affect on society. There might be benefits also in economy. So meaning that cost-benefit methodology covers all those benefits and tries to assess an investment not only with the cost or the economic view, but also taking into account other benefits. And this is the methodology to use to implement energy efficiency first principle. So next important issue in the Energy Efficiency Directive are the targets. No energy and no Green Deal law legislation without a target. And the target for the Energy Efficiency Directive are the headline targets on energy consumption, on the final energy consumption, and on primary energy consumption. Meaning that this target limits the European-wide energy consumption. The target is to decrease energy consumption for 2030. So not the actual, but for 2030, reduce this energy consumption by 11.7% European-wide. Meaning, translated into energy consumption figures, this means a maximum energy consumption on primary energy for nearly 1,000 million tons of oil equivalent, and a final energy consumption of not more than 763 million tons of oil equivalent. So with this target, we limit the energy consumption European-wide, and this is a binding target. It is to mention that the new directive implements a binding European target on final energy consumption and an indicative for primary energy consumption. Of course, this European-wide target needs to be transferred also to the member state level, and member states set an indicative national target to contribute collectively to reach this overall European target. And to secure the achievement of the target, a gap filling mechanism is part of the directive, and this mechanism will define or has defined already corrected targets for member states that were not in line with the formula results of the new directive, so that were not contributing in a sense to collectively reach the target. So for those member states, the Commission informed about a new corrected target, and we are expecting that member states in their final national energy and climate plans will report on those new corrected targets. This is the principle, the energy efficiency first principle on the one hand, and the headline targets, the consumption targets on the other hand. Then we have a very important energy savings obligation that is one part delivering those headline targets, those consumption targets. The energy savings obligation is an obligation covered by the Energy Efficiency Directive to continuously implement energy savings measures for energy end users. So this obligation covers the whole end use sector, not only industry, not only residential buildings, it's for the whole end users. And the new directive raises the ambition. Before the new directive got into force, we had an obligation of 0.8% per year to report to implement energy saving measures. With the new directive, we have on average 1.5% till 2030, implemented with a stepwise approach for the member states. So it's starting with 1.3% as of 2024 and ending with 1.9% as of 2028 till 2030. These percentage points are calculated from the average final energy consumption, and these energy amounts should be saved in end-use sectors. And important also to reach the energy poor and vulnerable customers, a certain percentage of the overall savings under this obligation should be targeted to energy poor and vulnerable customers. And also, I don't want to bore you with the details of the methodologies, how to calculate the savings. Some things changed in the new directive, but one thing I think is really worth to mention, and this is the requirement in the new directive, or this is the, let's say, savings from the replacement of direct fossil fuel combustion are progressively excluded, meaning that in future, energy savings measures that are, for example, the replacement of a gas boiler or oil boiler by another more efficient oil boiler are excluded, because we want to link policies on the one hand on energy efficiency with policies on the other hand with concerning the increase of the renewable share in energy use, and this linkage is the reason for this additional provision we have in the new directive. Another important sector beside this overall end-use sector is the public sector. Public sector is a big energy service consumer. We estimate on the Commission level that about 5% of all the final energy consumption is consumed by public sector, meaning that the public sector has also a big exemplary role to fulfill to reduce its energy consumption. And in the new directive, you will find three different provisions, three different obligations for the public sector. Two, or let's say one of these is really new. Two are already part of the former directives. The new obligation is to reduce the total final energy consumption of all public bodies. So not only for the central public bodies, for the ministry, but for all public bodies, also on the regional, also on the local levels. And the reduction is 1.9% each year. So 1.9% of final energy consumption in public sector should be reduced till 2030. We know that this target is challenging, especially for those parts of public sector services that are increasing. But we think that it's important for this public sector with its exemplary role to show that energy consumption reduction is possible. And it is also accompanied by the two other obligations for public sector. That is, on the one hand, the renovation, the obligation to renovate public buildings, heated and cooled buildings owned by public bodies are to be renovated. 3% of the floor area owned and used by the public sector needs to be renovated. New in the directive is that it's not owned and used by public sector, it's just owned by the public sector. This is the change of a provision that was already in place before. And it's also not only the central public bodies that are covered, it's the whole public sector, the whole public bodies that are covered by this provision. Beside the reduction of energy consumption per year, the obligation to renovate public buildings, and the public sector has also an obligation to purchase energy efficient products, buildings, works and services. So this provision is not new in the directive, but it is more ambitious. It covers more parts of purchases, and the level of energy efficient performance that has to be purchased is higher. I see my 10 minutes are now coming to an end, I'm sure.
Indeed, I was going to gently encourage you to come to a conclusion, Heidi.
Then I will do so. The energy efficiency in industry. Industry is also an important sector, and for industry, we have a similar system of provisions. Energy management systems and energy audits are required from energy intensive companies, meaning with an energy consumption of 85 terajoules or 10 terajoules for energy audits. So big energy consumers need to undertake energy management systems and energy audits. And if you, as a company, if you are taking an energy audit, you are required also to implement an action plan, not to implement, but to publish an action plan with all the important energy saving measures. For the data centers, we heard today already that they are progressively they are getting more and more important, and also the energy consumption is increasing, and therefore we find in the new directive a provision at least to be transparent and to make transparent the energy consumption for these data centers. And the financing, as we also heard today, financing is one of the measure prerequisites we need to get the new legislation implemented. The objective on the European level is to match the investments, to match the demand for the investments with the finance supply, meaning that it is important to remove the regulatory barriers, to support financing instruments and to develop favorable conditions and predictability. We have an article in the directive, it's Article 30, that sets an obligation for the member states to promote innovative financing schemes that leverage private investments. And it's not part of the Energy Efficiency Directive, but an important initiative is the European Energy Efficiency Financing Coalition that brings together the European Commission, member states, and financial institutions to mobilize private financing for energy efficiency at scale. So this is in our view, one of the most important things to strengthen the cooperation between the different institutions to improve the availability of financing for energy efficiency. Yes, I hope that this short summary on the Energy Efficiency Directive gives you insight into the next steps on energy efficiency provisions. And we know that this path that this directive now shows is a steep climb, but we think that this path is unavoidable to take if we target a secure and affordable and a decarbonized energy system in the long run. Thank you.
Heidi, thank you so much for that. So I'm conscious of time, so I will keep on going. Stefan, thank you for waiting in the sidelines. If you're with us, I would just to introduce you, Stefan, you are the head of unit on buildings and products within the European Commission. You are hugely useful as a point of contact in the discussions on the recast energy performance of buildings directive, and it's a pleasure to have you with us this afternoon in Dublin.
Thanks a lot, Kieran. Good afternoon to all of you, dear Minister, dear distinguished members of Parliament, and dear participants. First of all, a huge thanks from our side to you, Kieran, for the fantastic cooperation with you as lead negotiators of European Parliament and your team, and also the colleagues in European Parliament and their teams. Was really very fruitful and provide a lot of I would say insights and added value for the final outcome of the EPBD. The Energy Performance Directive, Performance of Buildings Directive, is one of the pieces of the puzzle. We need to see that together for system integration, really, to achieve system integration, and in the energy sector, serving various policy objectives at the same time. Climate, energy, but also material efficiency, and most importantly, probably social policy, improving the livelihoods of people, notably vulnerable people. It requires deep thinking across the national territories in each member state. I think what Robert Deegan has already outlined was hugely impressive. This thinking is already in Ireland very much advanced, and I think we can only welcome and applaud such efforts to basically see what can be solved, what are the priorities, what are the barriers on skills, for instance, as mentioned by Robert Deegan, but also the financial support measures, and I think across the territory to really see where are the buildings, which buildings to improve, what are the priorities, worst performing buildings, but also I think from an urban planning point of view, what to target, how to solve at a possible higher level in terms of cooperation across neighborhoods, cities for the urban planning, and system integration at the municipal level with mobility, urban mobility, but also grid planning, and getting access to renewable energy, depending on the assets which are available in a specific area. That can mean, of course, wind, can mean solar on the rooftops, can mean geothermal, can mean waste heat from industry, and looking also for aggregate solutions, district heating, and in other member states also cooling, which can be implemented very well, but to reduce costs really for society and have the highest possible added value for citizens. So I think the EPBD provides a framework for cooperation within the member states, but also across member states, by sharing good practices and developing really the common agenda. It puts a lot of emphasis on evidence-based policy making, on generating and making accessible high-quality data so that we really have the best possible diagnosis. Where are the problems? What do we want to solve? And then how can we solve them? And to developing then solutions within the framework of the EPBD and the national implementation in the building renovation plans, through the building renovation passports, building on the information in high quality energy performance certificates, and providing at the national level, drawing in also European funds, the support, the necessary support, the enabling framework, financial support, making sure that public money goes together with private funds, that there's a targeting of those citizens and businesses also, which really need support, which cannot help themselves sufficiently, or where incentives are really absolutely necessary to improve renovation of buildings. We will need to put the priority on renovating buildings. We cannot really rely on new builds. The very vast majority of buildings which need to be improved is already standing today. So we cannot, only 15% we expect will be new builds by 2050. Citizens need to be taken by the hand, but in a way which involves two-way communication. So a joint and common analysis bottom up of the priorities at the local level within a national framework, but the buildings are local. They are around us, each of us, and we need to develop at least a common understanding on where we need to go, what we want to achieve, what are the synergies in terms of how the local urban environment should look like, what are the key priorities to solve, which we see, and what are the bottlenecks, notably the skills dimension and the capacity of installers to make sure that the buildings will be improved, and that there's, I would say, a strong alignment with the related policy areas which are addressed and need to be addressed, notably the resilience of the grid, storage solutions, and the different components of renewable energy which can come in. This has to be thought together. We cannot see buildings as an isolated piece of work, but it's something which is integrated in the broader society and energy system. Social policy, as I mentioned, needs to be integrated fully. We cannot leave vulnerable citizens behind. That's why beyond financial support, there needs to be also social facilitation, information through the one-stop shops, advice given to citizens, but in a communication mode. So not just I tell you what to do, but rather listen and work together to develop the ownership by the citizens concerned, and also the engagement, the active engagement and commitment by citizens. That's very important. We will place from the Commission side a very strong emphasis on high quality consultations when member states draw up the building renovation plans as part of the national energy and climate plans, to not to have them basically just established by experts, but it needs to be a public participatory process. I think that is very important, drawn down to the local municipal level. And I think what Robert Deegan has outlined is very much a step in that direction already, even before the EPBD enters into force. But I think that work can be and needs to be deepened to implement fully the new Fit for 55 framework. But as much as you can anticipate that already, and that is happening in Ireland, the more it is encouraging, and I think we will achieve a lot of progress together. And from the Commission side, we stand ready, of course, to accompany and support the efforts by member states in that respect, by bringing together also experts, sharing good experiences, good practices, basically, and really try to learn together how to move forward in this very important policy area. So thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to the further debate.
Thank you, Stefan. Thank you, Stefan, and it's great to see you, albeit online, and thanks for making the time today to be with us. We'll move back to Ireland again now. We have Pat Barry from the Irish Green Building Council. Pat is an architect and passive house designer and has experience of working both in Ireland, elsewhere in the European Union, but also in South America, Pat. I didn't know that. So good to have you with us today. Pat, the floor is yours.
And thanks to Kieran, and congratulations once again on shepherding the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive through Parliament. There are many benefits to the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, and I'm going to talk briefly about some of them. I'll concentrate on some areas rather than others because there's quite a lot in it. And just to emphasise what Stefan spoke about there, the Irish Green Building Council is here to help government in a strong implementation and an accelerated implementation of the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive. Participatory engagement on the national renovation strategy is exactly what we do. We 430 members who can help input into that. We also are a European network. We've 23 green building councils, which I chair in the European network, who are here to help, and they've been involved in advocating for a strong energy performance of buildings directive over the past couple of years. So we're here to help, and we're already working, for example, on harmonized approach to ZEB buildings. The energy performance buildings will help us deliver our targets. We have only 26 years to get to net zero and only 6 years to halve our emissions. So the importance of urgency in the implementation of the directive is essential. In Ireland, 37% of our carbon emissions are related to the built environment. 23%, which are currently regulated, are due to operational, and 14%, which till now have not been regulated, are from embodied carbon. And that language has now been introduced into the new directive. And that is one of the key innovations in this directive. And to tell you why that's important, we have modeled the entire emissions from construction and built environment in Ireland up to 2030. The green bands there are what we currently regulate. The blue bands are what we don't currently regulate. And what's going to happen because of our increased levels of construction, this is based on building 33,000 homes per year, but the Housing Commission yesterday delivered a report to government that says we need to deliver 56,000. So unless we start to tackle embodied carbon, we are not going to meet our climate targets. So we have a gap to address, and that's why we need rapid implementation of this directive ahead of the dates in the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive. We can't wait till 2030 to set limit values for whole life carbon. We need to prioritize what we build. We need to optimize. And again, the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive introduces the language of sufficiency. We can't just build everything. We have to build to sufficiency levels. And then we have to reduce by at least 50% and more the carbon intensity of what we build. We have set out our own roadmap, published 18 months ago, and you can see complete alignment with the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, where we've set out the need to introduce these things such as minimum energy performance, building renovation passports, disclosure of global warming potential across the life cycle. But we are on a much accelerated timeline. We want to introduce these many years ahead of the dates in the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive. Sorry, I can't finish.
I'll flip the ring.
But again, the emphasis on indoor air quality and the environmental benefits are critical language in the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive. And the government itself has carried out a pilot which showed the benefits of their warmth and well-being pilot scheme to people living with poor health in poor quality homes. And again, the UK government have shown that the benefits are up to 18.5 billion by taking people out of poor quality homes. Again, the building renovation passport will now allow us will now offer an opportunity not just to do deep energy renovations in one go, but it will allow staged renovations so that there isn't lock-in. It allows the introduction of a logbook. So if you have a strategy for your home and you can complete only a certain amount of it, you record that work, and then you pass it on to the subsequent owner of that property. So there's continuity in the transition to a net zero home. And again, we are not waiting for Europe to give us the guidance on what a ZEB building, we're moving from NZ now, from nearly zero energy buildings to zero emissions buildings. That's the new terminology. And that means we have to define that, but we've already defined it in Ireland. We're in the process of defining it with the Institute of Architects and working with all of the construction institutes to define that and to roll out training, moving from designing for compliance to actual performance. We're already working to gather all the data to implement a whole life carbon 6 years ahead of the date set out in the directive. So just a little to talk about this new terminology, global warming potential across the life cycle. That's the new innovation. That means that we're now measuring all of the carbon associated with the products and the construction and the transport, the maintenance of the building and the end of life scenarios. And we have already gathered data, very detailed data for 50 buildings in Ireland. So we can now replicate exactly what France, Holland, Denmark have already done. They've already introduced limit values for buildings. We now have the data, the baseline to actually do that in Ireland. We don't need to wait till 2030. We're not waiting until 2030, we hope. And we have the data on the hotspots. What are the material hotspots in our buildings that we can address, such as concrete and steel? We know these are an issue, so we can address them immediately. We have developed guidance for planners because we need to bring this language into the planning stage, because there is a close correlation between carbon and cost. If we reduce carbon, we can also address the costs in construction, because we're looking at material efficiency and reducing the cost. Simple things like, the typology of homes that we build. If we build more efficient typologies, we can reduce carbon and reduce cost and get more people into housing. The Nordics have already shown the way. These apartments are available for sale, 55 square metre apartment available for 190,000 euros. Try building that in Ireland for 190,000 euros. That's down to material efficiency and chasing down carbon and innovative material efficient ways of building. Again, new low carbon forms of construction enable us to retain existing structures and build up off them and densify our cities. The Nordics are leading our way, but we can build localized supply chains of low carbon materials too in Ireland by taking advantage of this new language, this new paradigm shift. And we talk about skills, and Kieran just launched our skills roadmap with the CIF and Seamus here from TUS a couple of weeks ago. And we know what we need to do there. We need more people coming into the construction sector, helping us deliver the renovation targets, as Robert spoke about earlier. So thank you very much. But again, I would emphasize we need a rapid, urgent implementation of the EPBD. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat, and thank you for keeping us, helping to get us back on schedule. So I will move on straight away to Seamus Hoyne. Seamus is the Dean of Flexible and Workplace Learning at the Technological University of the Shannon, but he's also Secretary General of FEDERAIN, the European Federation of Agencies and Regions for Energy and the Environment. The floor is yours.
Yes, good afternoon, and thanks, Jan, again for having us here today. I sometimes suffer from multiple personality disorder, as according to those two roles, I also am chair of the board of Tipperary Energy Agency and director of one of the one-stop shops in Ireland, Electric Ireland Superhome. So, but today I've chosen to put my FEDERAIN hat on, and the purpose being really to align with the European message, and to, I suppose, paint a picture of some of the things that are happening across Europe to, as the title that Jan suggested to me, was modernise our cities and regions. And our cities and regions are places where people live, work, play, and the energy efficiency agenda improves their lives, as illustrated by Pat with some of his slides. But first, the next slide, please. Maybe just to really quickly introduce FEDEREN. FEDEREN represents over close to 90 members now all across Europe, with over 900 experts working on the energy transition. And we represent about 25% of all the energy agencies in Europe. 350 energy agencies, close to 4,000 staff who get out of bed every morning, and their job is to translate the directives, the Fit for 55 package that we've been presented with today, into reality on the ground. And they're driven by that passion and that engagement with their citizens, with their municipalities, with their politicians. Next slide, please. And we do that through this market facilitation. I often speak about that glue or the secret sauce that brings the politicians, the civil society, the communities, the technicians, and now increasingly the finance people together to make projects happen. And often the gaps are that people don't know how to navigate the many networks, many pathways, the many subsidies, or even to look at new technologies and new innovations. And energy agencies across Europe are working actively on that every day. Next slide, please. And I suppose I wanted to present just some examples. And if you go to FEDEREN's website, you will see many, many examples of projects across Europe. So I've just picked 3 that I suppose spoke to the title, but show the role of the energy agency in making these happen. I'm an engineer. In my day job, I try to educate people and get funding for educating people. But increasingly, I speak about people and money, because I really am not really as concerned about the technology anymore. I think we have the technical nuance and ability to deliver stuff, but we need loads of people to do it, and we need money. So this example from Zagreb is where the energy agency worked with really ambitious people within the city of Zagreb to mobilize investment, close to 250 million euros of investment, triggered through leveraging European funds through the European Life Programme, through the ELENA programme, through the European Investment Bank, upgrading close to 200 buildings, and speaking to the type of things that Pat spoke about. Not just energy efficiency, but low carbon energy efficiency solutions, and then adding the renewable energy opportunities on top of that, particularly with PV. And these are schools, hospitals, public buildings that people work in, visit, and use services. So if anybody has been to Zagreb, this level of renovation is absolutely needed. Next slide, please. And then in Greece, some people may have heard about the new European Bauhaus. And really, this is, I suppose, inspirational in terms of bringing not just the technical piece. So as an engineer, I can get buried in the technical and the kilowatt hours and the technologies. But the new European Bauhaus is about the environment. It's about the people. It's about the use. It's about the space. And in Greece, they've looked at not just making the city of Kozani energy efficient and climate neutral. It's one of the climate mission cities, but also beautiful for the people that live and work there. Not just looking at buildings, but cultural centres and parks and outer regions of the city. Next slide, please. And then to put in a European or an Irish case study, and I obviously have to use the Tipperary hat. We have started a new European project to the European Life funded programme, looking at renovating 25 public buildings in the Atlantic seaboard region of Ireland, led by Tipperary Energy Agency, but involving my university, but also a company called Vivid Edge, because we see the challenge, despite the subsidies and the funding available through the various programs in Ireland, we need to bring in private investment to make this happen. And using Vivid Edge, they are the finance experts. So they speak about the money. They're able to speak to the money people. I lose at that, particularly with my own financial controller at home, my wife. Next slide, please. The next couple of slides are to show that in an Irish context, we have a number of energy agencies, but they work collectively with European energy agencies through many different services. And I suppose, to raise awareness of these initiatives, where Europe is investing in energy agencies and in regions to speed up the energy transition. Manage Energy, which we coordinate in the university, supports the capacity building of energy agencies across Europe. Despite all the good work the energy agencies are doing, they need to do more, and they need to scale up capacity. They need more knowledge about the financing world, about how to scale one-stop shops, how to deal with energy communities. So we do that through capacity building, through managed energy masterclasses, expert missions, where I and others visit other energy agencies to try and help them on their strategic planning. Managed energy talks. Our next one will be during the EUSEF, European Sustainable Energy Week, and other activities. Next slide. I think for those that aren't aware of the European Covenant of Mayors, please check it out. It is one of the largest, it is the largest network of cities and regions across Europe and indeed globally looking at how to deal with the climate neutrality agenda. The theme for this year is decarbonising our cities. How do we transition off gas within our cities? How do we scale district heating? How do we scale energy efficiency in our buildings? And lots of events happening throughout the year and the Covenant of Mayors agenda. So please do, I suppose, engage in that. If you have a question, somebody else probably has answered it or is looking to answer that question with you. Next slide. And in Ireland, connecting back to what Rob spoke about in terms of one-stop shops, there's a network of one-stop shops. And one of our partners, one of our energy agencies in Ireland, the South East Energy Agency, is part of this European network called EUFORES. And it is trying to support that scaling. We, as Pat said, we have to do things so quickly, we can't invert, we don't have the time to start with a blank page. So our one-stop shop was inspired by a one-stop shop established in France over 10 years ago. We went and visited them, we found out what we're doing, we took their lessons back, and we've applied it into an Irish context. Lots of the networks through the European Peers Network are trying to share that experience to speed up activity. And there is an event on the 29th of May, which you're all invited to, and you'll see on the EU Peers website. Next slide, please. I suppose, finally, FEDERN works on policy. Similar to Irish Green Building Council, we're there to support member states, and in particular the Commission and the Parliament in their agenda. And in fact, I'm in awe of what has happened through the Fit for 55 and the work that has been done in revising the directive. It is, when you sit back and look at it, it is frankly amazing what has been done. So the legislative and the policy agenda is as good as we can make it, I personally feel. Now we have to make it happen. So that's the importance of these elections that are coming up to really make it happen. And FEDERN has a manifesto, which I suppose we are advocating for. On my left-hand side of the screen, you will see where we really speak about people. Energy transition first, people-centric transformation, climate neutrality, one-stop shop, so be the face to help the people to do their transformation, and empowering the young people that we heard from this morning. And on our right is our structural pieces that we speak about, that resilience component. We work with islands who sometimes are one of the forgotten group of communities across Europe. Heating and cooling, and also a really action-focused European budget. Let's get stuff moving. And again, that is all available on our website. Next slide. So FEDERN and me as a representative in Ireland are very happy to, I suppose, support, and we work with our colleagues in EUFORES and across Ireland. We have new energy agencies trying to drive this agenda. And thank you very much for the time today.
That was great. So thank you very much to Seamus Hoyne. I'm very mindful that on this screen we have the policy status. It's a bit like being in a factory, and they often compare lawmaking to making sausages. And here's the actual shop floor of the sausage factory where it's all happening. And here's the kind of the policy overview of what we're at. But politics does matter in all of these discussions. And on behalf of the European Parliament, I'm happy to take the compliment on the Fit for 55 package. It does get us a long way to where we wish to go. Our next speaker is Daniel Becker, Director of Guidehouse. The Guidehouse is a fantastic source of information, and they pride themselves on joining the dots really on bringing different groups together. So without further ado, I will welcome Daniel to take the floor.
Go ahead, Leddin. It's coming.
Here we go.
Hey, yeah, thank you very much, Kieran, and pleasure to be here. I'm going to tell you, you can go to the next slide already, about how to convey the right message to make energy efficiency, but also the Green Deal as a whole popular, and make it reach those groups that are perhaps not most in favor of a green agenda in the first place. So how did we get to this nexus between ambition and narrative? When starting the first energy efficiency watch in 2006, in the same consortium with EUFORES and FEDEREN and a couple of other network partners, the question was, can we address the complexity of energy efficiency by policy instruments? And a couple of years later, we could say, yes, we can. It is possible to design instruments that really are good practice. But still then, there was a massive implementation gap. And then the next question was, why is still implementation lagging so much behind? It was not difficult to find out that it had something to do with the political will to implement. But then when we discovered that there is a nexus between what you could call a narrative and the implementation, we thought that might be an interesting topic to examine further. And the narratives, we came across the narratives in some country contexts where people said, well, we don't have the issue that when the government changes, all politics are, or policies are being thrown over, because there is buy-in from key stakeholder groups, from large parts of the population. We don't have that issue. And then we dug deeper. So if there is a sort of a buy-in that goes like, this is why we want the energy transition, let's go for it. It is good for us as a region, as a nation, as a certain group, then there is no issue. And often it's heard, well, energy efficiency or transition, we have to because Brussels is telling us, or, well, we cannot afford the level of ambition that we are asked to perform. A national narrative is key, or a regional buy-in, a consensus of independent of political preferences or majorities. So in essence, we discovered that countries, regions, and cities need to develop their own story comprising multiple benefits of energy security, job creation, regional added value, health, poverty reduction, technological innovation, industrial competitiveness. Next slide, please. So how do we do the project? Just as a brief overview, we go and gather narrative examples from, for example, over 1,400 energy experts. We do that mainly by a survey. Then we speak to a multitude of stakeholders, like, for example, in this event, but we also have workshops with stakeholders from the economy, like here from Parliament, from the administration, from regional agencies, scientific networks, etc. We are in that context visiting 18 member states just to speak with people on the ground. So we gather these narrative examples, which is often very surprising, very eye-opening. We analyze them, test them, and develop cases for mutual learning. So the outcome will be that we'll have 10 case studies on successful narratives, how people can be won over for the case. We prepare a survey report and then a brochure, and we go with presentations to conferences and events. Next slide, please. So what we saw since the Energy Efficiency Watch 5 started was, and that has been said by many of the preceding speakers this morning, a massive polarization of the debate, which is problematic. So that was really coincidental that right at the start there seemed to be quite a sharper tone in the debate, so that the Green Deal often has been declared as part of the political identity. So do I buy into it or rather oppose it, consider it as potentially dangerous or so? So really something that had to do with a culture clash. It has been articulated by prominent personnel in the political sphere that there was a tiredness of change, that we have had to sort of have a bit of a break. It had been detected as a reason for populistic vote, and therefore said we should slow down the process of the transformation. Then also terms like great transformation seem to frighten off people. Then there is to be observed what I call a delay mode, that certain parts of the political spectrum say, yes, we have to go for change, but not in this way. So let's discuss what then to do and lose valuable time. Then there is deindustrialization put up as a demon, which is often overlaying a rational debate. Like Pat Cox said, physics, not politics, we need to have, but that seems to be often overlaid. So mix of science and political conviction. The doors are wide open at this point in time for fake facts, we all recognize. So there is an urgent need to get the topic of climate protection, of the Green Deal, out of the political fire zone and back to a rational debate. Next slide, please. So what are elements for constructive narratives and ways to establish them? A good narrative has not only to convince, but has to have the capability to win over people. Also, and in particular for those for whom climate does not come number one on their priority list. Talking helps, so we need a broad dialogue within society. We need to leverage a yes we can mindset. People must want the Green Deal because they see the benefit for themselves. We need, and that is most important, I think, showcase successes. We have so many more of them than we think, but we tend not to speak about them as intensively as we should. We need to embed the Green Deal in the larger economic picture. We also need to clearly name the risk of losses if we do not act timely. So often the cost of the transformation is predominant, but the costs, I mean, it's not that there weren't any people who were speaking about the cost of non-action, but we need to balance that more rationally. Then we need to acknowledge that has been said by previous speakers as well. We cannot address everything by subsidies. So we cannot play it in a way like, yeah, there is a transition, but we'll compensate you for each and everything by subsidies. That is not going to work. We need the buy-in. It is sort of hampering the buy-in factor. Then also, we must not avoid critical questions, but we need to answer them seriously. So not leave unnecessary room for fake facts. And more often than we think, there is also a positive twist to the answers of the critical questions. Next slide, please. So I'm just also for the sake of time going to present you 2 examples. So as I told you, we are gathering input from countries and trying to group them in exemplary cases. Here is the first one. How do we look at transformation? And that was really eye-opening. Stakeholders told us, and we could recognize that in many parts, that there seems to be a political fiction that normal means no change. And that is echoed by the media and is dominating the political debate, that we have so much negative experience with economic transformation that we try to somehow avoid the topic and try to go to a winner theme. And in that context, then often the successful examples and the positive outcomes of transformations are underrepresented. So we must acknowledge that economic change is not shameful, but it's happening all the time. It can be managed. It's in fact essential to our welfare. And there is no doubt, of course, we need to be honest, we all know examples of very painful transformations, but what is then again underrepresented, they also provided lots of useful experience, which we can use now. Also, other parts of the world will have to undergo transformation that we've in Europe already had. So we should see that as an asset. Mistakes from the past can better be avoided or mitigated, etc. So what we need is to establish a realistic and honest debate about economic transformation. Change has always been there. It is essential for our welfare. Then, as a consequence, how are transformation processes communicatively framed? And then, what I already said, transformation should be seen as an asset from which others / we all can learn. Next slide. And then another exemplary case about the nexus between energy efficiency and international competitive. And that has to do also with this phenomenon that was described, energy efficiency being always a bridegroom. There is and will be a structural cost difference for energy within and outside the EU. And whether we like it or not, it is the case. Of course, we must not have that gap increase too much, but it's a matter of fact that in other areas of the world, energy is structurally cheaper. Over-subsidizing is counterproductive, of course. So we need to work and live with that fact. And that provides a key role for energy efficiency. And we need to embed it in the energy system of the future, so on topics like all electric, H2, etc. So higher efficiency means, in the end, higher competitiveness of the EU's industry. Those were just 2 of the exemplary cases that we gathered so far as input for the debate. As we are short of time, I'm afraid it can only be a short debate. But I hope that gave you a bit of inspiration, like what in terms of narrative may have come across you in your daily work. And maybe we do it in a way that the panelists give us a short flashlight, perhaps, on experiences they've had with the most prominent or surprising insight that you had on the power of positive narratives in your work. Seamus, perhaps for you, because I guess you have seen examples like these. Is there anything that you sort of would like to share with us in that respect?
Maybe just before Dennis starts, I have to apologize. I have to leave you at this point.
Absolutely.
I'll be back and we'll be with you later on this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh yeah, that is better. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the the inspiration I always go back to, and I'm leading a project looking at climate leadership. And I refer back to a person called John Fogarty, who is a local man from Templederry in Tipperary, who came to me in 1999. I remember the date, the 15th of June, 1999, to say, our community is dying. We need to do something. And energy is the future for our community. And after 10 years, we built the first and still only community-owned wind farm in Ireland. Now they are looking at community bioenergy and anaerobic digestion. They have a community energy power company, a utility. That was started by one inspirational person who was brilliant at messaging. He was absolutely brilliant at messaging and dealing with the people who were challenged by his ambition, but also finding the friends and the coalition in the community to make it happen. And we had many challenges along the way, and time is a dangerous thing where people get to think about all of the challenges. But I think in terms of narrative, he, as a relatively young engineer in my professional life, he was one of the first people that explained to me, or I suppose influenced me to think that however beautiful I think wind turbines are, and how important it is to talk about kilowatt hours, if I'm in a room of 100 people, probably 99% of them don't care about the kilowatt hours or the things that I think are important. So I need to think about what they're thinking of. And I suppose being involved in the Energy Efficiency Watch project through various different angles, that has really taught me to really actively listen and actively read and read between the lines to understand what's happening. Okay.
Thank you very much. That was very powerful and impressive, I guess. Pat, I guess you have probably come across examples of narratives that can change something. So perhaps you have a flashlight to share with us.
Well, I suppose we only have to look at our membership to see who are the most successful organizations. They're the ones that embrace change and get ahead of, they don't complain about new regulations to get ahead of it. They see where they look at the future and say, that's where we need to be, way ahead of the regulations, anticipating them. And that we need to instill that narrative in everyone. If you start complaining about the regulations, it's because you don't have a strategic vision for your business and you're not aligned with the future. So for us, that's where innovation comes from. Like we see, and again, I never understood this thing about carbon being a cost. Carbon's only a cost, or sustainability is only a cost if you don't know what you're doing. Because if you know what you're doing, even if you look at our housing crisis, I see our housing crisis largely as a result of poor resource management of resource efficiency, the inability to use labor properly, the inability to design in efficiency. Like if we had optimized efficiency in our housing system, we wouldn't have delivered 33,000 homes, or we wouldn't have delivered 29,000 homes. We would have delivered 56,000 homes with the same resources, the same labor. It's just that we're doing it in the complete absence of integrating resource efficiency into our planning system and into our buildings and labor system. So we have to get that narrative out. The reason we have these crises is because we're not doing things right. And this will, the energy performance buildings start giving us the language to start thinking about these things.
Thank you. Thank you. So for the other speakers, from the people online, Heidelinde or Stefan, are you still online? Do you have?
Or without
Yeah.
video, I don't know if they react. Oh yeah.
Okay, good.
Stefan is here.
You also have a flashlight that you want to share with us on the narratives?
Keep on speaking.
Stefan, you?
Yes, no, thank
were
you very
going to-
much. I
Yeah,
mean,
okay, thank you.
I think it has been very, very, very insightful and encouraging what the several speakers said on the opportunities created by the Fit for 55 framework, both Energy Efficiency Directive and the EPBD, but also the Renewables Directive, which will come later today. And I think I can only underline the importance of creating positive storylines, narratives, but also ensure that citizens take full ownership and see the advantages for them, that the financing needs are seen as investments paying back for society, that it's not lost money, that it's not a burden, but it's creating opportunities really. And only then we will make a success out of the Green Deal, if basically there's a positive perception, a full understanding of the benefits and the synergies across the various policy areas, and there are multiple benefits. So to counter basically the negative stories which have been planted by some, they are there, but I think we can only win over them by providing facts and figures, trustworthy advice and information, and then creating conversations to align the desires and objectives by citizens really with the broader agenda, and integrate that into the planning, urban planning in particular, and see also underline the job opportunities and the potential for economic growth for industry involved in renovations and broader energy efficiency. So fully supportive from our side, and we'll try to promote these messages also across the EU, across member states, and work very closely with member state experts and stakeholders on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Heidelin, the flashlight from you. Yeah.
Yes, yes. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for the interesting presentation on the narratives and the discussion. And I fully agree with what you say, especially for energy efficiency. It's this is not a pay-off investment. It doesn't pay back within short time, meaning that we need something else than the economic incentive. But as we are human beings, and we have several things where we go for without an economic incentive. So I think that it's important to change the mindset. If we don't change the mindset, then the individual decisions will not follow the energy efficiency path. So I think, yes, it's true that we need a different narrative. We need on the emotional, we need to convince, I think, on the emotional level, not on the economic or on the technical level. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. And last but not least, Robert, if you have a flashlight you want to share with us.
Thanks, Daniel. I suppose just a couple of things that you said and some colleagues on the panel today have said kind of rang a bit of a bell just when you were saying it. Originally, the messaging on energy efficiency was very much around which is the amount of energy you're going to save or the amount of money that you're going to save. But when colleagues in SCAI went and actually spoke to the homeowners after they got an upgrade, they rarely spoke about that. What they talked about was improvements in comfort, health, well-being, and then that really struck me about the importance of going and talking to the people who you're trying to talk to find out what the messages will actually work, but also getting hard facts and other research, such as the warmth and well-being study that Pat mentioned earlier on, that we're going to be publishing shortly, that's going to show the positive health impacts for homeowners that do upgrade their properties, and particularly for people in low-income households who might be living in leaky, damp, cold houses. So really it's about understanding the message from the people themselves, from the companies themselves in terms of the commercial or public sector, and then translating that into the messages that you use to try and proactively get the homeowners to be proactive and undertake the kind of upgrades that we're all trying to help them to do. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for these flashlights. I'm afraid we need to proceed with our session. So it would have been interesting to have more of a debate, but you can find us through the Energy Efficiency Watch website to provide input, which you may have, or ask questions. We also have a brochure available online in various languages. So all information you may want about the process of gathering the narratives is there. With that, I want to thank you, and Jan, over to you. I think go straight into the next session.
So that I speak at least one word with you today. Let's go into the lunch break quickly, and probably if you agree that we start sharp in 20 minutes again, so that's 1:30, so that we catch up a little bit. And then we switch to the other side of the coin, to renewables. Happy to have you on board. So the lunch is downstairs at the coffee area where we've been before. We'll see you there, 20 minutes. So hello, everyone. We're now again to the other side of the coin, as I always say, from efficiency now to the renewable side. And it's a huge honor to have a distinguished panel and also European Commission with us. And as you know, I'm not Brian. Brian had to jump out because, you know, he's campaigning to become the mayor of Limerick, right? Is that correct? So that's why I will jump in here, and Kieran Cuff will come back later on. And we go now to the session on the role of renewables in Ireland. We heard quite a bit from the minister before already. And but to get the big picture about the new Renewable Energy Directive, I'm very honored to have Paula Rey Garcia. She's a Deputy Head of Unit and the Renewables and Energy System Integration Policy Unit of the European Commission in DG Energy. So Paula, I hope you are online and you can switch on your camera, because yeah, we should see you on the screen. Hey, there you are, great. So if you unmute and then share your slides, that would be fantastic. Paula, good to see you.
Yes, good afternoon. So thank you very much, and good afternoon, and happy to join, even if unfortunately I cannot join in person this time. So I imagine that you are on the slide on the Green Deal by now.
Yeah.
Yes, so I just borrowed from my colleague Yolanda Garcia Mezquita presentation earlier today. 2 slides as way of quick introduction. The first one is this one, really to recall what we are pursuing with the Green Deal and the clean energy transition in reaching the 55% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, and how this really goes hand in hand with the targets that we have for renewables and for energy efficiency, and of course further down the road the 2040 framework that will come, and the climate neutrality goal of 2050. And this goes also next to, if we move to the next slide, to the REPowerEU plan.
Does it move
in the next
like this?
one? Yes.
Okay.
Which in its objectives remains really fully relevant. So to reduce the reliance on fossil fuels in the EU and to significantly accelerate the deployment of renewables. So if we move to the next slide, then going into the details of the revised Renewables Directive. So as a result of this Green Deal and REPowerEU ambitions, what we have in the recently revised directive is a substantial increase in ambition. And now what we have in our hands is really supporting member states in transposition and in having this implementing on the ground. The key element really of the revised framework is the increased target, the EU level legally binding target for 2030, 42.5%, with the further aspiration coming from the REPower plan of reaching 45%. And this comes also together with, if we move to the next slide, also with a number of strengthening of different elements besides the overall target. So in the revised red, there are also sectoral targets to boost demand, sectors requiring further efforts, also to send clear signals to governments and to investors. And we have a number of strengthened obligations and horizontal provisions. If we move to the next slide, please. In a number of areas that you can see in this slide. So what we also see, of course, with increased ambition revised red is that now more and more we need even further than before to have the proper citizen engagement and dialogue and community participation. And in this regard, what we have been seeing happening in Ireland is quite a good example in this regard, with active involvement of the stakeholders, of the Parliament, contributions to the climate action plan, and trying to ensure really engagement, broad engagement in the energy transition. Also, a key area of the revised Renewables Directive is permitting, including also for heat pumps and for grids. And the issue of permitting is really a major bottleneck EU-wide. So also here, we were very glad to see that Ireland has made the biggest steps in updating the permitting framework on onshore and on offshore, and that it is also part of a wider reflection on an integrated planning for all economic activities. So this is really an area where we are also trying to activate other member states and to support them, of course, because it's as mentioned, really a major bottleneck and an area that needs to be addressed to deliver on the increased ambition. And on the EU side, this goes quite hand in hand with the EU Grid Action Plan, which also aims to complement this and to deliver accelerated deployment of grids. Another element that is quite important, as I was mentioning, is the engagement with local communities. This is also an area where we have seen with interest what is happening in Ireland. The work with local communities, also the exploring, let's say, community benefit systems in parallel to renewable support schemes, because really, and this is also part of a package of recommendations and guidance that we adopted on the 13th of May, is really very important to ensure these elements are in place, that there is a proper framework also for local benefits, to be able to deliver on the reinforced framework and to have public acceptance and public support for renewables. We also have quite some elements reinforcing everything that has to do with support to electrification, electric vehicles, battery integration, also to ensure that there is more transparency also for citizens on the content of the energy mix in real time, because this is really key to facilitating energy system integration. And there again, we've seen that in Ireland, really there is an effort to go with a high level of electrification, very much relying on wind and on PV, and that we also think that here there are quite some good elements that could be also shared practically with other member states on how to deal with rapidly increasing shares of renewables. And in fact, today and tomorrow, the concerted action on the Renewables Directive is taking place, and is also a key opportunity to do this. And then the slides are also not, let's say, fully exhaustive on all the elements that are reinforced in the revised Renewables Directive. But I would also like to flag that in addition to the strengthening of the sustainability requirements for bioenergy, that also there are important provisions on skills and on certification. This is also another key practical bottleneck that appears when moving further and when accelerating efforts for the clean transition, and it's really very important to be able to ramp up renewables along the value chain. So if we move to the next slide, please. So what lies now ahead in a very immediate manner, in fact, is the finalization of the national energy and climate plans. As you know, the drafts were due end of last year, and now the final plans need to be adopted and communicated to the Commission by the end of June. So we are really now in the very, very final stretch for this. And given the timeline of these plans and their key role towards the 2030 targets, and now is really a critical moment to address the gap in ambition that we, from the Commission side, identified and then draft national energy and climate plans that member states put forward end of 2023. So we were really very happy to see the ambitious plans for renewables in Ireland with quite some important elements on offshore, also on onshore wind, on PV. There were also very, very strengthened and good elements on heating and cooling to decarbonize the energy system in these areas with plans for heat pumps, but also increasing interest in district heating and cooling. We also saw the transport-related elements and the plans to electrify transport fleet. So with all this in mind, we are really confident that Ireland will be able to also update and bridge the ambition gap that we identify in the draft NECP, and that in the revised or in the final NECP, there will be a revised contribution to the target itself, to the renewables target, because this is really, let's say, the precondition for everything else to happen, and to be able to have really the revised directive and the ambition that we have on renewables deliver on the ground. So these were a bit the elements that I wanted to highlight from my side. And with this, I thank you very much, and I pass it over to you. Thank you.
So lovely, Paula. That was very straight to the point. And I'm very happy to invite Nashat O'Neill, Policy Coordinator of Stop Climate Chaos Coalition. And I'm very happy that you talk a little bit about what are the bottlenecks in the Irish energy transition and what is your view on that? I'd like to see the PowerPoints. Please sit there. Because I know that's different.
No, well, for mine at least, I'm going to suggest that we just forget about it, because I can share them. And I mean, we're all pretty much praised with the arguments for renewables in the room, I think. So there's not much need for me to make the case for climate action and renewables development. I can talk to them if you want.
Would love to.
I think we should just cut to the points where we might actually benefit from some conversation. That might be a bit better. We don't actually have any policymakers in the room that I know of. Anybody want to own up to being a TD? Apologies, public sector, yeah. No, absolutely. And we're all involved in the policy space to a certain degree, and to that degree we influence policy outcomes. But we're not influencing TDs or MEPs at the moment. So I just think it might be interesting to kind of bring up a discussion point.
It's recorded and the commission is listening, so no worries.
Oh no, absolutely. No, this. I'm not assuming that it's in any way kind of Chatham House. But so what I was going to talk about was the perspective of Friends of the Earth, and to a certain extent Stop Climate Chaos, but mostly Friends of the Earth, on renewables climate action in Ireland. But for many of you, those arguments are quite familiar, and I just don't see the point in reiterating them. What I would like to zero in on, because you asked me to address bottlenecks, and I had identified in my slides a list of bottlenecks, but the most important one, I think, for right now, is to consider the political bottlenecks. So we're in a situation in Europe, obviously, where there is a significant shift likely to take place after the European elections. It's been well documented in the opinion polls that some of the right-wing and far-right parties are likely to have a big influence on the next European strategy and the election and appointment of the next Commission. And all of this has a big bearing on climate action in the context of the EU's strategy, its external affairs, and any pause or acceleration, for that matter, of the climate agenda. And as I mentioned earlier, the biodiversity agenda, which is actually much more vulnerable and susceptible to these kind of targeted campaigns. But when we think about it, Ireland with 14 MEPs has very little influence over that outcome. We could elect 14 pro-climate action MEPs and it won't necessarily make a huge amount of difference. What does make a difference, however, is the degree to which these issues are politicised at a national level, because these elections are national elections in a sense, as well as everything else. When you think about climate action, I've been involved in various political campaigns over a number of decades now. It was always taken for granted by lots of us, especially arguing for climate action, that the argument for renewables was just default, that it just came with it as part of the package. But when you actually look at the politics of climate action versus the politics of renewables deployment, it plays out quite differently. So with climate action, we have broad cross-party consensus. We have the backing of industry in the main for a kind of green growth agenda. And we have strong backing across civil society and the public. Public opinion is very much behind all of these measures. And we also have the backing of the trade union sector in Ireland, which is very, very important. But when you look at the advocacy coalitions behind renewables, it's different. It's not the same. They don't map one on top of the other. In the case of renewables, the arguments for the kinds of detailed, structural changes and policy changes are largely coming from industry and are really well articulated. I mean, really well. There are some civil society organizations like ourselves, Friends of the Earth, that have been very, active in this space as well. And state bodies, EirGrid and the department has, beefed up its resourcing and policy work in this area for a long time. But it's not quite the same. It hasn't been socialized to the degree that we think it is, because we're so pro-climate and pro-renewables. We think there's a complete consensus about that. And I don't think it exists on the ground. The second point I wanted to make is that when I was talking about national level consensus, when it gets to local, it changes and breaks down quite dramatically. All politics is local, but when it's Ireland, it's hyper-local. We have hyper-localism at work. I was chatting to Fergus earlier about even appointing people to go and do radio interviews. There's a sense that if you have your local county person speaking about an issue, that gives them greater authority and legitimacy than someone who's appealing to a broad sense of the public interest or a national dimension. God forbid that it might be a European dimension. So that makes things very difficult, right? Because a lot of these policies are necessarily, and I suspect there's broad agreement in the room, necessarily quite technocratic. It involves a lot of regulation, a lot of introduction of new policies and measures in a kind of technocratic way. And this is why the Fit for 55 package has worked so far and is so good. But there is a corresponding degree to anything that's technocratic, which disempowers people. So people feel like disempowered by the very idea of solar or wind energy coming into their community. To me, sometimes it speaks loudly of a certain kind of, irrationality and hypocrisy, because I'm one of those technocratic elites that wants to impose this stuff on people. But the reality is that people feel disenfranchised, no matter how irrational that is, they will resist it. And unfortunately, I think the wind and solar people, you do an amazing job at actually myth busting a lot of this stuff. But the problem is that industry cannot be the only spokespeople for these technologies. It requires a much higher level of socialization, broad society, different kinds of legitimate voices, but especially political actors. And as I said, at a local level, they just vanish. They just disappear under the carpet and won't come out and defend or speak in favor of these policies. So then we have to think about, this is from a campaigning perspective. Where is the political cleavage? If you want something to happen, you usually have to set up an argument somewhere. People are for it and the people who are against it. Let's put them to the test, make them argue their points out. And the political cleavage in Ireland is an interesting one, because there is a very strong consensus. We had all the major parties voting for the carbon budgets, which are really quite, stringent and ambitious in a sense. And they do tie us in because they're legally binding. But we have at least one major political party in the form of Sinn Féin that is a little bit more ambivalent on climate policies. And so I have a couple of suggestions, and these are around messaging and communication and campaigning. The first thing is to focus on energy prices. The perception is, and it's coming in, it's imported from the UK and America, that renewables are making energy costs higher. So fight back, right? If that's not true, let's fight back. It's not true. And this is an area where parties on the left will be really quite interested. They will take up that argument if it means that we can address the cost of living. So lowering energy prices, warmer homes, as Pat so eloquently set out, or it was somebody, who was it that was speaking about? It was Pat, but sorry, there was another point being made. But you're Robert, about the argument that works with people. Warmer homes, comfortable homes, rather than kilowatts or even monetary savings. Increase in green jobs, and this is the one listening to Seamus, the rural development argument. I mean, that used to be a big conversation piece in Ireland. It's sort of declined a little bit now in recent years because of the growth in long distance commuting. There's plenty of jobs, so people just drive here, there, and everywhere. But in fact, rural development is a really important theme running through local Irish politics and even national politics. And then where does that leave the fossil fuel industry? Well, of course, they're sitting back very happy, making their windfall profits and having to worry about any forthcoming clampdown on their activities. So we need to call them out, because otherwise this stuff is going to make no difference to the climate agenda. It's just going to add to renewables, but we won't actually offset the fossil fuel emissions. So we need to be much more vocal about the energy transition in getting fossil fuels off the system, taxing them, litigation, and legislation. And my final point, and I don't know where I am time-wise, and this, I was covering this stuff in the slides, so they're all kind of there, is around the planning system, because in Ireland, at least, there's been an exceptional kind of focus on the planning system as being responsible for the delays. It's a complicated process, as you all know, to get any kind of renewable energy project commissioned, from start to finish. The planning delays are a lot to do with resource problems rather than the process itself. But that point is not being well made. And the fact that we have a 700-page planning bill only serves to, I suppose, reinforce the idea that the system is so complicated and so obtruse that it can't possibly work, and that we need a new one, when in fact the system has been largely under-resourced. I do worry because there's so many large applications coming in over the next year, including Metrolink, offshore, there's so many different things. What we think we're doing by boosting on board Penola's resources is unlikely to be enough. It needs probably double or treble it. And I wonder as well whether or not we need to kind of rethink our approach to planning in the first instance by creating stronger frameworks of planning legislation in favour of sustainability, circular economy, and a low greenhouse gas or zero emissions framework, so that everything that comes through the planning system has to prove that it's sustainable before we do anything. Because at the moment, property rights trump everything else, and then the rest is just a set of tick boxes. So biodiversity net gain, I'm not sure how effective that is in the UK, but it has been introduced in law. And I'd be curious to know what some of you think about that. And the final thing I want to say is that there's a really interesting piece here being played by state bodies, because they are doing public engagement very well, and sometimes better than the private sector, partly because they already own the land that's being developed, and partly because they're just in a kind of, they have a sort of legitimacy attached to their activities on certain sites for a long period of time. But state bodies are kind of doing the two things. They're involved on the fossil fuel side and on the renewables. And I'd love to see the Irish state bodies getting out of fossil fuel energy production entirely, and that their mandates should be amended accordingly. Anyway, that's me. I thought we might just have a bit of a discussion rather than just, you know all the rest.
Thanks a lot. It's definitely inspiring and motivating and dynamic. Saif?
Yes.
Good. I still need to learn a lot here, I think. Okay, Noel, now it's up to you. Noel Cunniff from Wind Energy Ireland. And you'll give us an update about offshore and onshore wind and how you get independent.
Absolutely. And I do have slides. Thank you. And I've already apologized again for the amount of animations that I included in my slides to try to tell the story. So
see if they work.
There's no way I can push. Oh, I can. Oh, excellent. Oh, brilliant. Okay, that'll save you a job. Fantastic. Thanks for the invite here today, Jan, and to your colleagues, Kieran and Brian, for inviting us as well. I'm going to give you a bit of an update on where we're at in terms of wind energy at the moment. Just a bit of background to Wind Energy Ireland are. We're a membership organisation. We've got 200 member companies that represent all aspects of the wind sector. So from those that develop wind energy to those that are part of the supply chain, the banks, the financiers, the planners, the grid engineers. It's a really broad church of people. What I want to get across today is that wind is the best response that we have in our country to the climate emergency, because we are one of the windiest countries on the entire planet. And we also have a maritime area 7 times our coastline. So it really can be done. And I absolutely believe that Ireland will be energy independent, but when that happens will be decided by the decisions we make and when those decisions happen. So will it happen? Definitely. When will it happen? That's to be determined. To give you a sense of what we have to do in the power sector, there's been a lot of discussion around targets and objectives. By 2030, we've to half the amount of emissions that we have in our country. We have 60 million tonnes of emissions at the moment. We have to get that down to 30 million tonnes. And the power sector needs to cut its emissions by about 75%, go from about 10 down to 3. We've made good progress in that last year, but we still have a ways to go. To help do that, I'm going to talk about the wind, and I know Conal's going to talk about solar coming up right after me, but for onshore wind, we have to get to 9 gigawatts, 9,000 megawatts of onshore wind. We have 5,000 at the moment, so we have to increase that by 4. And then offshore wind, we have to try to get to 5,000 megawatts from 25. That's where we're at today. So 25 up to 5,000. It's a big opportunity, but a big ask at the same time. Just to look at onshore wind, and I'll break it down into onshore and offshore for a sec, just to look at 2023. So last year was the best year on record for wind generation. The amount of power that we produced as a country, we've never had a year where we bettered that. 35% of our electricity came from wind last year. That's on average throughout the year. The team in EirGrid and ESP are doing some really great work into trying to maximise that at certain times when it's windy. To give you a sense of things, we had the greenest turkeys we've ever had in Ireland. We had 95% wind energy while all of you were cooking your Christmas dinner. Capacity-wise, we added just under 300 megawatts of onshore wind last year. We need to increase that to about 600 to 700 megawatts per year to deliver our 2030 target. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done there. But on the positive side, we got over 1 gigawatt of new projects into planning last year. And this year, we're going to get about 1.5 to 2 gigawatts of new projects. So I think the response from the sector is really starting to pick up because of the climate action plan that was done in 2019, 2020. It takes about 4 to 5 years to bring a greenfield site into planning. You need to do 2 years of environmental work for bird surveys at a minimum. So we're only now starting to see the response from the industry to the climate action plan in 2019. And then last year we had a really competitive offshore wind auction, and I'll touch on that in a little second. One thing that we started to do from a communications point of view every month is produce a monthly wind report. And this is just a snapshot of the most recent one from April. And to touch on the point that you were making earlier, Saif, that concept that renewables are a cost, but they're actually much cheaper. We've started to model using data from EirGrid and ESP networks what is the price in the wholesale market on the days when we have the most wind versus when we have the least wind? And typically it's about half the price in the wholesale market when we have wind available. So the more days that we've wind available that we can capture that, the cheaper the price will be in the wholesale market. We've also started to communicate the counties that are producing the most wind energy every month to give them an opportunity to be proud of this. So Donegal, Cork, Kerry, a lot of the counties that are listed there, they're actually energy independent at the moment. They're net exporters of power, and they should be using that as a tool to recruit businesses into their counties and as something to be proud of. 38% of wind from this year. One thing I do want to call out, and I'll touch on it in a sec, nearly 10% of wind that we are producing or that is available we can't use because we need to strengthen the electricity grid, and we're very supportive of all the work that EirGrid and ESB are trying to do in that respect. Last year, onshore wind energy, again to talk about the positives, saved about 1.6 billion euro that we would have otherwise spent in importing natural gas, burning that gas, and then paying for the carbon credits to use that gas. That added on to 2 billion that was saved in 2022. So over the last 3 years alone, 3.6 billion euro was saved, and you could have ran a hell of a lot of cars. You could have flown around the world thousands of times for the amount of emissions that was saved on top of that. So onshore wind is really working for the consumers in Ireland at the moment, and the next 5 years or so is going to be a success story, I think, for even more onshore wind to keep doing and delivering on that. When it comes to offshore wind energy, if I can, oh, sorry, it's okay. Yeah, that okay? Yeah. Yep, still going. Okay, so this is what progress looks like. We had a really great start for offshore wind at the beginning of this century. We had one of the largest offshore wind farms in the world built in Arklow in 2003, but we haven't really done anything since then. Last year, we held our first auction for offshore wind energy. Over 3,000 megawatts of projects were procured, 4 listed there, 1, 2, 3, 4. I see Grattan in the audience. The one on the west coast is thanks to some of Grattan's good work earlier in the decade as well. And that's about just over halfway to our 2030 target. The price was really competitive, 86 euro per megawatt hour. It's about half that of some of the prices in other emerging markets that we've seen over the last decade. So the price in GB was well over £150 per megawatt hour, for example, in their first ever auction. And it's good to see Oriel and Arklow still moving ahead. So those are projects in Louth and Wicklow, in addition to those projects. I wanted to speak to Flossie earlier on around the point she was making around the importance of the environment and engaging with that and making sure that we're doing right planning when it comes to marine biodiversity. The very first of these projects will be entering into planning on Friday. Their environmental report alone is over 5,000 pages long on how they're going to avoid, minimise and mitigate their impact on the environment. So there's huge amounts of work being done there to try to make sure that we're designing these wind farms in combination with what makes a proactive and biodiversity positive environment. And that's something that we in Wind Energy Ireland feel very, very passionately about. In terms of just the next step for offshore wind energy, we had a really positive announcement a few weeks ago with the announcement of our South Coast DMAP. So this is basically a zoning plan for offshore wind energy off our South Coast. It's out for consultation at the moment. There's 4 areas that are shown there on the slide. We need to get that approved by the Oireachtas before it rises for the summer recess. So that's July 11th. So we've about 9 weeks now to get that finished. The consultation runs for another 4. The first site there, number A, which is just the north site, that's 900 megawatts. That's going to be entering into an auction later this year. I know Trish and her team will be part of that auction. I'm sure Trish will mention that. And in total, these 4 sites have a capability of about 5 gigawatts of total capacity. And so we need to be able to connect them onto the grid in the future and utilize them with future demand locating off the South Coast. And then over time, we need to progress further DMAPs around the West Coast to be able to enable that. And there's been a lot of discussion lately on floating offshore wind. The first step to enable that is to have a DMAP on the West Coast and then further DMAPs on the South Coast and East Coast over time. Just my final points are really around the issues that we need to tackle to make all of this reality. And there's 3, I think. The planning system, which I've referenced, Totally agree. It's all resource based. It really is. Like we've seen on board Planola ramp up in resources massively in the last 12 months. And we've noticed a doubling of decision timelines. So it is proof that if you put the people there, decisions can be made quickly. The grid is the second one, and trying to reinforce the electricity grid. And we've initiated a campaign together with the Solar Association, Engineers Ireland, Chambers Ireland, called Build Our Grid. And it's all about supporting EirGrid and ESB networks when they bring forward plans in areas right around Ireland, that instead of local TDs and elected officials receiving anti-grid emails, that they actually receive positive grid emails. I want grid in my area because it enables my investment in my business in the local economy, and that's so important. So I'd encourage you all to check that out, and for anyone listening online, happy to discuss how that could be rolled out into other jurisdictions as well. I know there has been some interest in GB and other places. And then the final challenge that we need to overcome is people. And to do what we need to about double the amount of people working in the wind sector. I'm sure the solar sector is very similar. We have 6,000 people employed in the wind sector in Ireland today. That needs to be over 10,000 by 2030 to meet our targets. So we've launched a number of initiatives to try to bring people into the sector, to try to explain that you don't need to be an engineer to work in the wind sector. You can be an economist, you can be good at communications, good at messaging. A lot of the work that we need to do is around advocacy. So that website, I'd encourage you to check it out, and we're working very closely with SkillNet Ireland, who are a government organisation, to try to promote skills in this area as well. So that's it. I think if we can solve all of that, to my point earlier, we can and will be energy independent, but when that happens will depend on decisions we make now. Thank
you. Thanks a lot, and we move now to Kunal Bolger. He's the CEO of the Irish Solar Energy Association, and he will tell us about the Irish solar revolution. So welcome, my friend.
Timer to keep myself honest, or I'll just go on and on and on. I can work this, can I?
I'll switch to yours.
Okay, great. I'll just talk and talk.
Yeah, you can go ahead, and I'll just turn it on.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think what I'm going to talk to you a bit about is how in an island where it rains about 200 days out of the year, solar is the fastest growing source of renewable electricity in the country. And I'm going to give a little bit just kind of how that happened, kind of where we are today, where we're trying to get to. I was going to talk a bit about the barriers, but Noel's done a very good job talking about them, so I'll probably touch on them a little bit. But that does give me a little bit of time to just, so I've made some really good points, and it's something we're having a bit of a think about ourselves as our messaging and how we talk about these things. That kind of, in the first couple of years of change in policy was a very technocratic debate, but now it's happening. The solar revolution is happening in Ireland, and now we need to talk to other people, and we need to talk in their language. And the point on the hyperlocality of Ireland is something just we all know in our bones. Anyone who's from this country, just as a very basic example, when my appointment was announced in my home county, it was Kilkenny's Conal Bulger appointed CEO of the Irish Solar Energy Association. I'm almost delighted. It nearly beat the Irish Times for her. I won't talk too much about who we are. We're a trade body for the solar industry. We've about 160 members currently, much like Noel, quite across the value chain. We're probably reaching into different elements of the value chain. The solar side, we've also got an installer community, a lot of some overlap in developers, but then we specialists. You've flight to Amsterdam coming up, and a real kind of blend of the manufacturers, investors, and all across the whole value chain. So how's Irish Solar doing? Well, the top left-hand corner there, you'll see a day recently about just utility scale solar. Now that's about 500 megawatts coming from solar. That is for two caveats on that data. First one is it's understating the impact, the utility scale sector by 15% because it's only got the semi-registered solar assets. The other thing is it doesn't include the on-site solar, which is about the same size again. So if we had the data, we're probably looking at something like solar doing about 1 gigawatt at lunchtime on the 10th of May. And basically, the company's collecting this data for us, and they do work for you guys too, Green Collective. They're just basically telling us these records are falling like 10 pins every week. So that's kind of what's happening at the moment. The 8 gig, we've kind of talked about this already, but the Climate Action Plan has a target of 8 gigawatts by 2030. And I'm going to tell you how that's quite achievable. But what's also interesting is what that means in terms of watts per capita is that actually if Ireland did that, we'd be amongst the leading solar countries in the world. Australia, we outstretch where Australia is today, and they're number one. It would definitely put us in the top 5 anyway if we hit it by 2030. And you know how that happened really was there's an industry here that was trying for a long time to get going, really trying to get going, building up pipeline, building up capability. But what really did it was policy. Policy changes unlocked the solar sector, particularly over the course of 2022, 2023. 21, we started the year with a solar target of 1.5 gigawatts, or 2.5, but the kind of 1.5 was the number that got referenced to most of the engagement. Over the course of the year, we had a large-scale auction. We had suppliers starting to offer export tariffs to people for selling electricity. We had the residential planning restrictions moved. First utility-scale solar farm connected, and the target at the end of the year increases to 8 gigawatts, just recognizing what had come through. Well, then there was, again, 23 was another busy year, and I won't go through all of them. I don't really have the time. But what the first year policy changes were very much the utility residential space. Last year, we saw more in the kind of commercial space. And you can see that in what's connected. So this is about 1.1 gigawatts of solar connected to the system. This number is from the start of this year. So it's out of date. It's well out of date by now. About half that is utility scale projects. About 30% or so of it was microgeneration, which reflected the timing. Those are the two things that got the policy first. Commercial, the other 3 that are there, you don't really need to know what those categories are. It's essentially commercial and industrial and public sector. You just draw a box around them and they're following behind. I'm going to show in a little bit how there's a lot more of that coming than I think people commonly realize. In terms of like the pathway, so if you break up your 8 gigawatts, the Climate Action Plan says about 5.5 of that is your utility scale. So the green bar, the heavy green bars there are what's been awarded in the first 3 RES auctions. So leaving aside deliverability issues for a second, RES 4 and RES 5, if we have good auctions for solar, mean we can hit that number in terms of what's awarded, what's out there with a route to market. The challenges for solar are deliverability challenges, just doing it, getting the projects built. And I'm looking at Liam when I'm saying that. And what behind there's a pipeline growing up. There's a nearly 11 gigawatt solar pipeline that's been built up over time, and that's just what's in planning through to what's currently got a route to market. So effectively, on the utility side, it won't be for lack of projects. And one of the real success stories here has been the microgeneration policy. It nearly meets the technical definition of exponential growth in terms of rate of installations. 2022 was twice what 2021 was. 2023 was twice what 2022 was. So we had an annual run rate of about 33,000 installs last year for microgeneration. And if you put all that together, if you put the microgeneration in with the C&I stuff, that's your on-site solar. So that's stuff on rooftops, that's stuff on site, that's on, say, like you're a pharma plant and you built a solar farm. Put that together, we've seen a more than doubling of capacity in 1 year to a place where it's over 500 megawatts. This is big stuff, and it's happening fast. There was a point last year with the microgeneration, we were connecting 100 homes a week, 100 homes a day, excuse me. So the C&I space is really accelerating. The dark green here, just that is that now all agglomerated. That's 2022, 2023. The 2025 target in the Climate Action Plan and the 2030 Climate Action Plan targets. To be honest, I think we're going to sail over them on this side. There's just so much in the system trying to get through. The question is going to be, can we make the grid fit for purpose? Can we get the stuff? Will the issues, the administrative bureaucracy, just to kind of give you a sense of why I'm so confident, it's not just about the microgeneration piece. Between what's connected and what's kind of working its way through ESB Network's delightful process to connect, there's something like 2,700 CNI projects. Some of those are multi-megawatt projects. You don't need, you know, that all adds up fairly quickly. So what we're really saying is that in the solar space, we have a kind of booming microgeneration space, a commercial industrial sector that is really coming hard at scale, and we have a lot of utility scale projects. Running out of rooftops, we've got enough projects. So really it is down to the delivery challenges. And I suppose time is the enemy here for all of us. We're trying to move all this stuff, we're trying to move this fast. Now, this graphic was intended to be, this graphic can be done in a minute, it can be done in 20. I'm going to do it in the former for you. But kind of the front end, we have the planning system, which kind of basically starts sort of sorting the wheat from the chaff, going through. And I again agree, planning is a resourcing issue. There are system and technocratic things that can be improved, and there's always technical areas of discussion around what's the best way to, you know, the planning system to allocate use of land. But ultimately, none of that works if we can't get the people, and we don't have them today. Kind of running alongside that is the big grey area. Build the grid. We need to build it. We need to build it today. We need to, and this is your large scale transmission to create the highways for the power to move around. This is more local stuff so the projects can connect. Within that, we have to make better use of the system we have today. So that is doing things like hybrid connections. So having you have one connection, having 2 or 3 technologies behind that connection, so you're using it more often or more of the time. It's private wires. It's enabling the large energy users to link up to generators so they can help solve some of the problem. There's connection policy. How we allocate the rights to connect to the system is important. It's very technocratic, but in terms of meeting timelines, how you move the administrative process will determine how many of these projects we get through. And again, there's regulatory processes ongoing about all of these. It's very exciting. We're very busy in all of it, but we need to land on a decision. We need to get on with it. The next piece then is kind of the economics piece. You know, we're blessed. We have an annual program of auctions, which have played a big role in I'll finish it, don't worry. In bringing through the solar sector. But you know, auctions are great. They give us price discovery. What do they tell us? It's really expensive in Ireland. Big part of that is connection costs. It's an area we really need to work hard at. And that's not just the cost of getting your kit onto the network. Part of that too is what Noel referenced, the 10% of the power we lose. It's that that number is only going to go up if we don't address some of these challenges. And there's a whole topic around customer supports. We're tapering off supports for customers in the microgeneration space just when the sector is getting going, which I believe my members would describe as counterintuitive if they were being polite. And kind of underpinning it all really is the topic of skills. We have seen some industrial policy for other sectors. Why not one for onshore renewables? We all agree we need it. We need the people. We need to be working together to, as Noel went, doubling the headcount in wind. In solar, we're going from 1 gigawatt to 8 gigawatts. We need to multiply that dramatically. You also, if you think about, particularly for the rooftop space, you need more people per megawatt than the utility scale stuff, because you need more installers, you need roofers, you need electricians, all that good stuff. So I'll finish there and I suppose the thing I'm going to say is, like, solar's here. It's the fastest moving onshore renewable technology at the moment. We can get to the targets in terms of projects. We have the project volume, we have the rooftops. The question for solar is definitely one of delivery and getting those things through the processes and getting them done. And that, I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
So thanks, Conal. And we just move quickly to Patricia Kobiski. She's Project Director for Policy and Innovation at ESB. And you will present to us Saoirse, the big wave energy installation, and example how to use the sea.
Yes, thank you. Thanks very much, and thanks for the invite to speak here today. We've been talking about a lot of big kind of energy project stuff, and I'm going to zone right into a much smaller pre-commercial scale project that we are progressing on the West Coast. But just for the European audience, thanks so much, yeah, that's great. Just ESB is a primary, a significant utility here in Ireland. We've responsibility to manage and maintain the grid.
Start from the beginning, though.
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you.
To manage and maintain the grid. We have generation projects in thermal, in renewable, in such as solar, onshore wind, HEP. We also are progressing projects in the UK and offshore wind. And as Noel rightly says, we are planning to go in for EUFORES 2.1, as it's known here in Ireland, which is the next significant offshore competition. And we will be submitting our first planning application for an offshore wind project in Ireland since Arklow this week for the Oriole project. We're in joint venture partnership with Park Wind. So all very exciting stuff. As I said, today I'm going to be talking about a much smaller project which is planned for the West Coast, which is called Saoirse Wave Energy, and it's a 5 megawatt project. So we're really down in the detail here with this one. So yeah, if you could move to the next slide there, please, Jan. So just to position the project, if you look down at the small Irish map here in the centre of the slide, it shows we're right to the West Coast in County Clare. So very close to where Brian Leddin is from and probably where he holidayed quite a bit in County Clare. It is a pre-commercial demonstration array that we're looking to deploy here. It will be, as I mentioned, 5 megawatts or just sub 5 megawatts. This is a very high energy site from a wave point of view, with 40 to 50 kilometers per meter expected. The project has the capacity to power 3,500 homes and displace 10,000 tons of CO2 per year. And it was it won a significant EU Innovation Fund last year. In 2023, we've just completed all of the documentation and contracts and started our project initiation for that, to draw down that fund. But it was a huge award, and we were delighted to receive it. Huge support and endorsement from the European Commission. So we go to the next slide there, please. Does it go down? It might be just, oh yeah, perfect, yeah. So I suppose, why would we look at wave energy? And it is, I suppose, next generation technology really that we're looking at here. We want to look at opportunities for offshore technologies beyond wind. I think earlier on, Flossie mentioned tidal as being a significant opportunity, and I'd agree with Flossie on that. But for Ireland, the tidal opportunity isn't as great as the wave opportunity here. We have limited areas where tidal is of sufficient quantity to allow for commercial deployment. However, wave, we have a significant opportunity. So I suppose in a study that was commissioned quite a number of years ago now, probably 2 decades ago, by SEAI, they identified 31 gigawatts of opportunity off the coast of Ireland. Now, that hasn't changed. That resource hasn't changed. In fact, probably has gotten more, has gotten larger. However, it is a significant amount in comparison to, say, what our energy requirements and energy needs are. And it is challenging to actually to put the technologies in for the resource. So this is why wave, I suppose, hasn't progressed as much as wind. But in addition to the resource, we also have targets coming down from Europe with respect to wave. So there's a target for 100 megawatts deployment by 2025, a gigawatt by 2030, and 40 gigawatts by 2050. So these are right across the European waters, with Ireland looking at opportunities through and targets through our own NECP. One of the other reasons why wave, I think, is quite beneficial to look at is because of the energy mix piece. And when you look at some of these graphs that are here, the top graph is a graph that actually was generated based on the energy resources of California. And it was commissioned by a company called Core Power, who we're actually going to be working with on this particular project. And it looks at the differences, or when solar and wave generation is available. And as you can see, during the peak solar times, wave generation is low, whereas during low solar times, wave generation is high. So it's actually very good for naturally balancing our energy needs. The two graphs below are probably a little bit harder to read, but they came from a project called EVOLVE, which was an EU-based project, and it looked at the Irish grid system and our needs. And again, it looked at when you introduce, say, a gigawatt of capacity from wave, what does that mean for both our generation and returns? And there's some very really positive benefits as a result of having like a mixed energy source there. So I think, you know, from that perspective, looking at diversifying our energy needs is really beneficial. The other thing that makes wave, I suppose, attractive is the point of view of it can be used as a multi-use for marine space. So we'll be exploring these types of opportunities as part of the Saoirse project. Next slide there, please, John. So just on the project itself, we actually, when we designed the project, we looked at work that had already been done previously by ESB and also by Simply Blue Group, a small Irish company who has done considerable work in this space, looking at opportunities for wave energy. And what we found was there was considerable data available through those projects that we could use and leverage. And again, this helps, I suppose, with the piece around the kind of preparing for consent applications when you have significant environmental baselines that allows you to inform your consent application in detail. In addition, when these projects were first considered, so the West Wave project, which probably would have been looked at in 2015, 2016 time, the technology at the time, the wave technology at the time, wasn't at a sufficient technology readiness level to allow for it to be deployed. But that has moved on through the development of certain technologies, through through deployment and test infrastructure, etc. So we'll be working with a technology company called Core Power to deploy here for the Saoirse project. So the next slide there, please. So just looking at the timeline for the project itself, and this is up to, I suppose, COD. What we are looking at is that we are, as I mentioned, we've recently received funding from the EU Innovation Fund. We've initiated our contracts with the European Union. We have compiled a lot of the historical data, and we're looking at a gap analysis to consider what additional data is required, so there will be a need for additional surveys. We're looking at consenting pathway options, how best to progress through the consenting procedures that are currently in place. We're looking at grid connection options, and again, this will be sub 5 megawatts, so it will be kind of connection via ESP networks. And we'll be looking at, or we are doing a technology review and pre-feed studies with Core Power. So our plan is to be in a position to submit a planning application in 2026, and then to be at financial investment decision by 2027. And that's the point where we draw down the first stage of our innovation fund. So just to talk a bit about the technology itself, the Core Power technology it's a wave buoy, and if we go to the next. So it's technology that's been designed in Sweden. It's been through a number of TRL testing stages. So what we're looking at is to deploy a number of these buoys, which are point absorbers. So they take the power directly out of the wave. And again, I think there was a point made around the need to protect some of our coastal infrastructure. And again, these technologies will be, I suppose, very beneficial from the point of view of taking energy out of systems and so protecting our coastline from significant waves. If you go to the next slide there, so this basically just talks through the stages of development for this particular technology. And we're currently at stage 5, so that they're planning to a 4-device array in Portugal kind of within the next 2 years. So this technology has been deployed and in Portugal, where it's currently being tested. And this is the full-scale technology here. And this just gives you an an idea of the infrastructure required around it. So the small, the white factory on the corner at the edge of the pier is where the technology was built. And this factory will be brought into a local pier in either Clare, Limerick, or Galway. We've yet to select a pier for build and deploy. And basically the technologies, each of the buoys will be built on site and then brought out. So it's quite a small, discrete kind of community-based, I suppose, approach. And this is just the technology ready for integration. Each of the parts were built, as I said, in Portugal, and then the actual PTO, so the piece that produces the energy, was brought in from Sweden. So just kind of to give an overview of where the technology is at with respect to the Portuguese deployment. They've been through a number of survivability tests. They have survived 18-meter waves through 3 storms. All of their systems functionings have been verified, and they are basically, like, all of the operational requirements have been verified. They've been, I suppose, deployed and retrieved from the site. So now what we're looking for, once it's over the next 10 months, is consistent delivery of energy into the grid system in Portugal. This just gives you an indication of the supply chain requirements for the actual project. We expect that about 60 to 70% of the supply chain and the investment will be in Ireland for this particular project, with, I suppose, primarily input from also from some Portuguese, Norwegian and Swedish manufacturers. So just, I suppose, for the project itself, what the opportunity is that it offers to Ireland is that it's a first pre-commercial array anywhere in the world of a wave technology. It's a first mover advantage, provides a huge expansion of knowledge and capacity for the area, for deploying type of technology off the West Coast. It stimulates local supply chain, provides an energy opportunity. And I suppose the reason why we chose this location for this project in particular is, again, back to that point of it's a realization of legacy data and information that we can use to progress the project. I think I'm done. Yeah, so thank you. That's the website. If anybody wants any more information, please feel free to contact us.
So thanks, Tricia. And last but not least, Liam Ryan from AirGrid. And Liam, there were quite some gentle requests to you. So please, tell us how you will deliver.
As always. Okay, thank you very much, folks. And great opportunity to be here and having the opportunity to talk to you. We need to be careful, first of all, not to forget about the successes that we've actually had. In 2020, 40% of our electricity came from non-synchronous renewable sources, right? Huge amount. Why? Because we all decided to work together and get it done. And we're going to do the same, right? What has actually happened? So we had a really clear plan to get us to 2020. Everybody got there. Then we got to 2021. We go, okay, what are we going to do? And it was absolutely fabulous that we got the climate action plan. Okay, maybe. Oh, yeah, this one. Okay, great. And in response to the climate action plan, what did EirGrid do? Well, we put in place Shaping Our Electricity Future. Shaping Our Electricity Future is what we call balance, and to get us towards the 80% renewable targets and the decarbonising of the economy in line with what the government have actually outlined. So on the left-hand side, we call what's the supply side. So we need to connect on 17.5 gigawatts of renewables onto the system. And also, in addition to that, when the wind isn't blowing and the sun isn't shining, our economy is still growing, and we need to make sure that we actually have enough generation in place. At the same time, we actually have 1.7 gigawatts of conventional generation retiring off the system. So it's not as if we're putting on a load of conventional generation on the system, mainly gas. But we're asking that will be renewable gas ready into the future. So what we build now will get us there into the future. At the other side of the equation, we see demand growing by about 50% by 2030. That's a huge number, percentage growth is what we're actually looking at, driven by large energy users and also the electrification of heat and transport over that period in time, and also social and economic growth. As our population grows over the next period in time as well, we need to be able to cater for that to actually happen. How do we actually do it? In the middle, what we call a shaping our electricity future, 4 pillars. The first pillar that we actually talked was network. You heard Noel and Conal talking about EirGrid, get on and build a grid. That's one of our pillars, and I'll come and I'll talk about that in a second, right? Because it's important, right? But in essence, we actually have a lot of projects in flight. So we have 350 projects is what we've identified. The majority of those are now actually in flight of where we're actually doing. As I said, we were focused as a full society, focused on 2020 to get us there. Now we're going to be focused on 2030 and we're going to get ourselves there as well. It's going to be a challenge, but we will need to win the hearts and minds of communities. That's why the second pillar is really important. How we actually engage with the energy citizen and make sure that the energy citizen is fully mobilized is really, really, really critical for this. Because if they don't, then we're asking them to host infrastructure in their areas. And if they are not bought into it, then it becomes a challenge for all of us. And it's great to see Noel and Conal really helping us in relation to that, because it is a full way forward, and also side as well, right? But we also need to change how we actually operate the power system. We're the first in the world to be able to operate a power system where 75% of our instantaneous electricity is coming from non-synchronous sources, wind and solar. There's no place else operating at that level at the moment. And that's down to the whole ecosystem working really well together. We need to do more, and I come to what we've done over the last 12 months in that space. Also, the other item around this is going, what are we going to do with the markets? How is our market going to evolve to send out the right investment signals for continued investment in what we're actually doing, but also to be competitive in a European market about how we actually import or export this amount of energy. In addition to that, what are the other things that we need to do? We need to get a lot of storage onto the system. We're calling out for about 2.8 gigawatts of storage onto the system. We need to have demand flexibility in line with the climate action plan. And then we also need to start having inertia coming onto the system as we take more and more generation off the system. If we go to the next slide, please. Oh, I can do it, can't I? Yeah. Sorry. So what have we done over the last kind of 12 months, or over the last kind of period in time? Well, since we actually did the first shaping, we have, so if I give a context, when we did our revenue submission, which is the amount of money that EirGrid and ESB Networks needs to build out the grid in a 5-year period, we looked for about 1 billion. In the last 3 years alone, we've been bringing forward capital approvals or investments into the grid of 1 billion a year. So when we go into the next revenue cycle, we'll be looking for about 6 billion in investment into the grid around how we're actually going to go forward. We got 22 planning consents through last year. We got 44 exempt developments. They are projects that we're bringing through that the planning authority agreed with us that we didn't need to get planning permission for those. So 66 projects in flight of the 350 I talked about. Of those, we handed 40 of those over to ESB Networks, which is the transmission asset owner, to build those assets, build those infrastructure and get them done. And we got 26 energized. We connected 410 megawatts of renewables last year onto the transmission system. We're going to do 600 megawatts this year and over 1 gigawatt next year. And that's in addition to what's being connected onto the distribution system. So the distribution system we're working very closely with, and we will build out the grid so that distribution energy connects on. We connect on 200 megawatts of batteries. We need more storage onto the system, a lot more storage, and it needs to come quickly as well. In Dublin, with the electrification of heat and transport, we have done a Dublin master plan where we're engaging with communities about how we actually build out the grid in the Dublin region. And we're actually finding better routes from engaging with communities, that they're helping us find better ways of getting grid built around the city, which is really important. Celtic is a 700 megawatt interconnector between Ireland and France, funded by the European Commission. Really, the project is moving at pace. And it was one of our first projects that we had no objections with respect to planning. So when we got it through the system, we engaged with communities, and what it was really about was meaningful engagement with communities. And the Celtic or the Green Link interconnector is also on track as well. We are working internally, and we will be coming out in the very near future, probably in the next quarter, in relation to the energy parks or energy hubs, where we're actually looking at having a large station potentially for hoovering up all the renewables in the area to get it connected, and then allowing demand to connect into those facilities as well in the future. And as I said, we've radically changed how we actually engage with communities around it. So that's just from the network side. But from the operation side, we've changed how we operate the system with change in frequency. It's now changed that if the frequency changes by 1 hertz per second, we can continue to operate the power system. That's a doubling of what it was before. And also we're operating the power system where 75%, as I said earlier, of our instantaneous electricity comes from renewable sources. The other item we've done is that we've taken a unit off the system where it gives us more space for bringing more renewables onto the system when it's available and when we can actually run it. The intention next year is going to 80% instantaneous electricity, and then by 2030 being up at 95%. And we're also working with the regulators in relation to the market changes that need to actually happen to ensure that we have the right system services coming onto the system, or the right ancillary services in the European domain, and then also making sure that we can schedule and dispatch generators on the system aligned with the climate action plan or the green energy deal. I think this might back. But okay, so that's the 2030. Loads to do, loads actually ongoing, but we need to be looking beyond 2030. So earlier, towards the end of last week, we published a plan or a kind of a high level scenario for tomorrow's energy scenarios, which looks out to 2040, 2050 time horizon. We looked at 4 different scenarios. On the left hand side of the boxes, it's really looking at the domestic, making sure that we meet our domestic demand. And on the right hand side, as you move to the right, is looking at the domestic plus the international export of that energy and what we would actually do around that, whether it's the electrification and export, or whether it's the hydrogen export off the island in relation to what we're actually looking at in that space. And then as I move from the bottom to the top, is really the bottom is looking in relation to if the economy and if we're to do the transition slower. And then as we move up, is that if we're to move that in an accelerated fashion around what we're actually looking at over the next period in time. And this then really has fed into or allowed our input into the NSOE work on the offshore network development plan, and also the 10-year network development plan that's actually ongoing in that space. The key items around this is that we know none of these 4 boxes are the future. It's someplace in the middle is what we will expect that will actually happen, but it gives us a way of looking just beyond 2030 around what we need to actually do. As I said, we have been working with NSOE on the offshore network development plan. And really what we're looking at here is that Ireland, as we saw earlier, has a huge potential, 7 times its land mass in the marine space. And we also actually have the solar coming at speed as well. And we also have onshore wind coming. And therefore, how we actually export that electricity off the system is really important. And also then, how do we actually utilize that energy as well? There's huge opportunities for us to make sure that we're consuming as much of this as we possibly can. As I said, for this, we were very clear in relation to how much interconnection we need, both to mainland Europe, but also in relation to our nearest neighbour, GB, in that. And I think in total, it's in and around 9 gigawatts of interconnection that we will need between Ireland and our neighbouring TSOs, based on the commitments or the numbers that we're looking at to 2040 and 2050 from the Irish government. So what do I want to leave you with? And I know it has been really quick, because I know I'm very conscious that it's been a long day, and I'm holding up the show before we get to questions. So from a transition, the transmission grid will deliver. Okay? Because why? We have changed how we plan our power system. We actually have significantly increased the number of folks who are actually planning. You can see we're now actually bringing forward, 5 times on an annual basis what we've been doing previously in the past. We have changed how we're actually delivering and how we're actually getting projects through the planning system, and the planning system has become very responsive to what we're actually trying to get through. We've changed how we're operating the power system, and we will continue to change. We are maximising the utilisation of the grid, bringing smart technologies actually onto the grid, and making sure that we bring more of those actually on. Key around this is engagement, both engagement nationally, from the energy citizen the whole way to all the political system, making sure that everybody is behind the grid that we're trying to actually build. And also on the international basis, we're very heavily engaged, making sure that from a European perspective, that further interconnection and how we can support Europe in relation to the overall decarbonisation is really important. And then we're innovating. So we're actually looking at how we bring on smart technologies, not just on the wires and cables, but also in the control room of the future, to try and get us to what we actually need to do. Thank you very much.
So thanks, Liam. And I would like to ask our president, Kieran, to probably take 2-3 questions, and then we round up things.
Exactly. Look, it has been a long day, and we're running quite a bit later. I have time to take perhaps 3 very quick questions, if you would like. That's just the Doyle bell, not a fire alarm. Grattan.
More than a question. I know we're short of time. Just for those who don't know me, my background is energy policy for the Greens Parliament, where I was responsible for proposing the original Renewables Directive and having it through the system. And by the way, while we're here, you mentioned of EUFORES. You played a key role in building the coalition inside the Parliament for that first directive. That was really important. I have a concern. Oh, sorry, and Noel mentioned earlier on that I was involved in the offshore wind project of Going.
Yeah.
I have a growing concern, which is a little bit kind of off colour here now. Please don't get me wrong. I'm not a scientist. I'm not going to comment on climate change or anything like that. But what I see in the people that I follow on social media is a worrying trend. And that is that, and contrary to what Syed was saying earlier about the important distinction between renewables and climate change, they're putting them all in the same box. And these are people who are geostrategic analysts, independent journalists, all kinds of people who comment on all kinds of world affairs. And then they'll come out with the thing which is, we don't like climate change and all that's associated with it, and green energy is a disaster. They're putting the two in the same box.
Conflating.
And I'm just slightly worried that we're over-committing renewables to climate change only. As recent events have shown, the Russian war, the security, we should be playing the security thing up a lot more. Far fewer arguments against energy security. So that's the broad point I wanted to make. Thank you.
Okay, no, that's good. I think I'll take the 3 questions and come back. I've lots of things I want to say about that, but I think in fairness, I'll take 3. If there are other contributors, maybe say who you are and pop in your question. Give me the basis of your 1/3 figure there. Okay, sorry, the emission source. Yeah. Yeah. So the question is whether we need to move beyond electricity to other. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
In relation to the intervention on the mingling of climate change and renewables, which role does the domestic aspect, so renewables as a domestic source, play these days in Ireland? I remember some years back, I had a workshop on narratives with Irish stakeholders where that question was clearly answered like, we don't care, we buy where it's cheapest. That was before Ukraine. So I would be interested in whether that picture changed.
Okay, I might take all of those and wrap it up. And if people want to, I do. If people want to intervene, I'll make my contribution very short. But if people want to put a quick soundbite in, the issue of bundling climate and renewables, it's interesting to go back 10 years. Energy sovereignty. Europe saw energy sovereignty as an issue. They saw peak oil as an issue, and they saw climate as an issue. Now we say, look, peak oil is not as much of a challenge because we've all this unusual oil, acidy oil, hard to get back oil, Arctic oil. We found more oil than enough to kill off the planet. So the peak oil is not so much a problem. The energy security, I think, has come into real focus. And the whole, as Pat Cox alluded to, of Europe being able to go alone, particularly if the guy with the baseball hat in the US gets back in, it's a real challenge for Europe to navigate the energy territory by itself. And renewables, I mean, renewables do help us towards our goal, but as Pat Barry said, sufficiency is a hugely important issue. And I see myself two types of economists out there, those who go, how are we going to find the stuff we need to keep this curve doing that? And those who say, look, we have to live within natural limits. And I find it hard to find traction elsewhere in the political sphere to the green view that we have to work within the kind of the natural limits of climate and other threats that have been identified by, I think, the Stockholm Institute and others. On the issue of not putting all the money on one horse on electricity, I think we've heard from EirGrid that it is challenging, but the grid can expand to meet the demands that will be placed on it in future years. But I think from a EUFORES perspective, we have always been welcoming of all the renewable technologies. There will be winners, there will be losers, there will be front runners. I found it fascinating to be at Wind Europe's conference in Bilbao, where there was over 10,000 people. I think the solar energy, I can't think of the name for the European Solar Association, it had maybe 20% of that number. And then there are other sister organizations to your own, which are in that space. I think it's crucial that the incoming European Commission takes, in a sense, a kind of technology neutral approach to this. Because I think 5 years ago, the lobbyists were pushing down the door. The Clean Hydrogen Alliance was suddenly flavor of the month. And if you lifted the doormat, it was oil and gas, keeping the door open for their technologies. I think some of the sheen has come off that but there are still people saying you can use hydrogen for anything. And we know that particularly green hydrogen, it's champagne. You use it sparingly and carefully. So I think all those technologies are important. The third question, which was more around
domestic. So
yeah, the domestic versus the European. Well, in the Irish context, yeah, we're still 90% dependent on fossil fuels, but in the electricity sector, we've had a huge success story of 40, pretty much close to 40% the last few years, coming from renewables, principally wind, but a huge ramp up of rooftop solar. The discussions going on geothermal with some exciting developments there, bioenergy, a couple of false dawns with miscanthus and other crops. But in the public narrative in Ireland, obviously with Ukraine, people are kind of get that we don't want to be dependent on Russia. Ironically, the ESB we have one coal station. They used to get their coal from Colombia, from a mine there. They were criticized in terms of human rights, and I think they went back to Russia, and now they are leaving Russia again. I think it just shows, as I think I said in my opening remarks, being dependent on oligarchs, dictators, or nasty regimes is a problem. And renewables, with the honourable exception of some of the stuff we need for solar PV, tends not to be as dependent on nasty regimes as fossil fuels. Quick intervention.
Just wanted to build on the point about the heat, because yeah, it is 25% of overall energy emissions in Ireland. It was great to hear the Minister earlier reference it and talk about district heating, but I would definitely encourage, again, the diversification of supply. District heat isn't a thing of itself, it's a set of pipes in the ground, and you need to make sure that the heat going into it is both renewable and secure. So obviously is great, but it can be, you know, you're at the mercy of the generation of it. So I think, you know, certainly the other key thing is that these type of technologies, emerging things, even though geothermal, like proven, look at where wind was years ago. It got billions worth of investment, and now it's paid those back from those numbers. We need from the European strategy to be developed, and we need the funding to go along to really look at district heating supply as well as the pipes in the ground.
Yeah.
Just to clarify on the point around coal burning, so we will be moving from coal by 2025, and we have a significant decarbonisation plan and a net zero plan up to 2040, which has been just recently published. So if anybody wants to take a look at it.
That's good to hear. And security of supply is an issue. On the district heating, just very briefly, I mean, CODEMA, the City of Dublin Energy Management Agency, has shown that for most of metropolitan Dublin, district heating could be the best energy source. But we have a real challenge in putting in place the national systems that allow us to price it and to have a utility that can make it happen. That legislation, I think, is going through the Dáil in the next 12 months. I'll just end really because I want to wrap things up. I remember meeting somebody from the Vienna Energy Agency, and they said, look, district heating is the main part of what we do. It's like a charm bracelet. We can attach different energy sources to it, like little pieces of jewelry, and we might change from heavy oil to gas to renewables to the heat from the river Danube. But with each generation, we modify the energy sources, and I really liked that analogy. Look, your presence here today is testimony to the importance of renewables and energy efficiency. Energy has drifted into the geopolitics that we have in the world at the moment, as we heard about narratives. The European Green Deal in some quarters has been captured by those who simply see the ideology but not the science. Pat also talked about this science versus politics. But I think all of you in the room are very focused on the technology, the science, and what that can deliver. And I think we all wish to see a net zero world by 2050. We may differ on the paths towards achieving it. We may differ on the political imperative to move in this decade or the next. But I think, as so many speakers said, the common ground is there, the momentum is there, and while we have focused a lot on legislation over the last few years and need to do more, I think the industry is moving absolutely in the right direction, though we can have discussions about the speed. Thank you for being with us today. EUFORES, under the capable Director Generalship of Jan Geiss, will continue on after 25 years. And Jan, thank you for bringing us all together today.